And Russia is the largest ever and arguably most effective. So effective that we actually see footage of the explosions in Ukraine, which is something we never get. Okay, Ukraine is just to the point now where it's like, okay, we're obviously, our self-defense is not able to keep up. Of course, Russia did this in response to the Kursk initiative. I doubt it will be the last because now Ukraine is committed to use its F-16s and its new Wunderwaffens that it's created, these long-range, highly accurate drones, which of course are going to leverage the global grid and NATO ISR, global grid being either GPS or Starlink, in order to meet their targets. But the situation is just going to continue to wrap up. And this was one of the biggest bombardments by Russia to date. Russia is trying to put Ukraine in the dark, and that's exactly what they have done. We also, of course, have to talk about Hezbollah's attack and Israel's so-called preemption of said attack and the targeting of thousands and tens of thousands and bazillions of missiles and launchers, which was, by the looks of things, highly inflated, to say the least, but quite possibly total bullshit. Because some video has been released today. There's a going meme, if you didn't know. Okay, so Hezbollah attacked Israel with 320 drones and missiles, really rockets, really the lowest of lowest tier stuff, very low in terms of the kilograms of warheads, very small, and not even very that significant. And Israel claimed that they shot them all down, and that all Hezbollah was able to target was a chicken coop, okay, which is really probably just a failed Israeli interceptor, because those things have been failing left and right ever since that one incident there that happened in the Golan Heights, where Hezbollah allegedly struck a bunch of children who weren't even Israelis, they were Syrians, but that's neither here nor there. So the Israelis have been saying, oh yeah, none of these missiles hit. Nothing happened. Everything's fine, right? Well, what struck a lot of people as odd was the expression on the faces of Netanyahu and his war captains. Because if everything was fine, they certainly didn't look that fine, okay? And I think we know why. Let me see if I can find the video here for you in question that essentially proves that not only did Hezbollah target successfully Israel, but that they did it multiple times on a military base with their lowest tier weaponry. Now take a look at this, okay? This is a military base in Israel. Now, I must say, before we go any further, the explosion there, this is 90% confirmed to be true, but at the same time, we run the risk because there's a lot of disinformation that either side will put out. Like, remember the whole Zelensky thing? Oh, Zelensky is dead, and, you know, and they kind of, the Ukrainians were adding fuel to that fire because they knew ultimately the people who were perpetuating that idea would be embarrassed. Now, many people still believe that he was in fact injured, and that is maybe part of the reason why he's no longer the general of the Ukrainian military. But what I'm trying to say is sometimes they'll intentionally put this false information there so they can later discredit it, and therefore the purveyors of that information are viewed as disreputable. So anyway, let's just see this. Now remember, Israel said that no rockets struck a base. Okay, I already counted one explosion of a low-level rocket, not big ordnance whatsoever. There's two. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 rockets hit the facility. The facility's 9, 10. Okay, so that's pretty serious damage. Now, not in the sense that these were massive explosions. These were precision strikes, but I'm not sure if they used drones or if they were rockets. Of course, if this video turns out to be truthful, the Israelis might come to say, well, this was just failed intercept. I don't know how they're going to spin this one. Maybe this was a video from some other time. It has been geolocated, geoconfirmed, as they say in the OSINT game, so we know that this is the base. It's just a question of, was this edited? Was this? But if it wasn't, what this signals is three main points. Number one, Israel lied through their teeth about the extent of the damage on their military bases. Now, it doesn't even care. This is only one instance. Remember, Nasrallah said that we're content that, our retaliation is completed. We got you back, right? But of course, Israel just said, well, you just hit a chicken coop, because they're trying to, just like they do in Ukraine, they try to control the narrative. And there's a strict regimen in terms of what can be released to the media. So whoever released this is in some hot water, I can tell you that. But this also signals that Hezbollah's most trivial of capabilities were able to penetrate Israeli air defense. Okay? So this means that Israel, if Hezbollah is worse, arguably, and we're just presuming that this is going to be their lower tiered stuff, was able to penetrate the Iron Dome, what's going to happen when full-blown war ensues? Now, if Israel wanted to, when they're saying that they've intercepted all of these drones and missiles and that Hezbollah was completely shut down, then where's all the footage of all the interceptions? There's some footage, but not a lot in terms of where these bases were located. addition to that, in addition to them withholding that information, that video footage that would confirm that all of these were shot down, you know, why is Hezbollah so content? Why is it not using the weaponry that we know that they have? Now, the only explanation would be that the city line that Hezbollah is going to cross, that it's going to signal to the Americans and the Israelis that the Axis has arrived. That the coordinated strike with the Axis is ensuing, and that Israel is now at an existential risk. So we're in a very serious impasse. Hamas has rejected the ceasefire talks. I mean, they always reject the ceasefire. Either them or, the Israelis reject the ceasefire talks. But if I was an Israeli, I would be concerned as to why my government said that we shot everything down and they really didn't. Why are they trying to downplay it? Okay, is it because the Iron Dome is paper tiger when it comes to certain types of weaponry? Again, we don't know if this is 100% true. Nowadays, the fog of war is so thick, you don't know the deep fakes and AI and, grainy video with a low, because there's low light. It could be not so hard to fake these types of things. But I'm telling you, man, this makes the situation far more dire. If Israel still had the supreme upper hand in the relationship, then we wouldn't need to be so concerned, right? Then Thucydides' trap wouldn't even be a factor here. That meaning that the rising power pose really no threat to Israel, so they don't even need to worry about committing to the use of larger ordnance and escalation. But now that we know that Hezbollah has the ability to touch Israel with arguably some of its worst, lowest tier stuff, then that increases the specter of a large use of nuclear weapons entering the fray, because of course this means that Hezbollah itself poses a strategic threat to Israel. Never mind the IRGC and the Houthis and the Iranians and Hamas and whatever's going on, the factions in the West Bank. So you don't want Israel to think that they are at risk of suffering strategic defeat, because then they're going to bust out the nuclear doctrine, the Samson option. And I think that's what Hezbollah is trying to win. Hezbollah is okay, apparently, with taking the hit in terms of a PR perspective. And, of course, there's all kinds of memes going around now that they only hit a chicken coop and things of that nature. And they seem to be okay with the embarrassment of that. And for now, it seems as though there is still some minor escalation along the front, but things have cooled down. So we're going to have to see where this goes in the future. They're saying that the Houthi and the Iranian strike is going to come next. So we're going to have to see what exactly happens with that. But in terms of the situation in Israel, I'm sorry to think, and initially I thought, holy shit, I was messaging people, I'm like, this is embarrassing for the Axis of resistance, as they call themselves. I mean, they got their asses handed to them if they weren't even able to effectively hit any of their targets and they only hit a chicken coop. It looks really bad. But what if it's all bullshit? And what if Israel's bases were all hit? I mean, we're talking about, what was that, a dozen hits on one base. Okay, a dozen hits. I'm sure there were probably several that were intercepted, but this is very, very suspicious. And it creates a whole new calculus to the escalation dominance within the region. Israel has banned taking pictures. Israel has prohibited the media from publishing footage of rocket strikes, strategic national infrastructure, or military bases. This was according to a BBC correspondent in Beirut. So there's your proof, right there. Hamas rejects the ceasefire. In just 3 weeks, the Biden administration has sent $2.5 billion kilograms of military equipment. 2.5 million kilograms of military equipment. The explosion that I was showing you earlier, that was Qasr-Shirin border station manned by Popular Mobilization Forces. The PMF confirming that the explosion is a result of an attack rather than an accident. 12 Iranian oil tankers have been destroyed with one confirmed fatality. The Iraqi military has said that no drones, aircraft, or missiles were detected, suggesting ground sabotage may be the cause. And according to Galan, I don't think this thing is getting ready to escalate to Iran. The Minister of Defense has said Iran's aggressiveness is breaking all records. Really? Are they referring to Hezbollah? Who are they referring to? We must be ready at any moment to fulfill the joint commitment of Israel and the United States to prevent the creation of a nuclear arsenal in Iran. They are getting ready for it, folks. That's why you have half the damn U.S. Navy, well, maybe not half, but at least a third of the operational U.S. Navy in the region right now. And it might even have something to do with Russia as well, because, of course, the Mediterranean is not too far from the Black Sea. What else do we got going on? Zelensky says, we're preparing a response to the Russian missile strike. So if you didn't know, about 200 plus missiles, rockets, heavy ordnance made its way into Ukraine, essentially blocking out a good part of the country, targeting critical infrastructure. Now, this, of course, is in response to the Kursk invasion. It wasn't the nuclear reprisal that Ukraine was hoping for, because I think at this point in time, Ukraine knows that the clock is ticking. It needs to do something to provoke the Russians into doing something so egregious that it garners the support of the international community once again. And there needs to be some, what I call, flashbulb event, which people are going to remember where they were when it happened, so that they can leverage that in the future in order to try to generate more support. Now, why it's concerning is because F-16s were allegedly subject of some of these Russian strikes. And now you have Zelensky openly stating that they're about to use the F-16s to strike inside of Russia. Now, all the while, as we told you last week, Belarus has been deploying a third of its military towards the Ukrainian border. So things are definitely getting ready to break the threshold of managed horizontal escalation and potentially about to go vertical. Because you're talking about using F-16s on Russian soil, okay? So just understand the mission that's happening here. We started off with what? Javelin. We've already progressed to using NATO aircraft, fourth-gen fighters. Sure, they're old, but they're still effective in certain respects. The Swiss Army of the skies, as it's called. Not on Ukrainian territory, but in Russian territory. In addition to that, it's very likely that the Ukrainians have been getting assistance on building their own homegrown drone missiles. The Ukrainian jet-powered long-range attack drone, okay? Weighs 4 kilograms. That's the jet. And has a 20-kilogram blast fragmentation warhead, a large fuel tank. So this is what they're going to use for those pinprick attacks to try to attrit the Russian critical energy infrastructure. Russia is a massive place. They have a lot of oil fields, as you can see here. So these are all of the oil fields that are currently within range of Ukrainian drones. Now, Ukrainian drones, like the Cessna-looking ones, they can actually go much further than this. They can go up to, I think, 2,000 kilometers. And you can see the bulk of a lot of Russia's key oil and gas industry is well within the limit of Iran. So what Russia has started to do is fortify these places. Kind of like hope increase, as what Paul really hopefully is just a derogatory term for armies. That's all it is. I mean, call what you want, but it makes sense. We want to armor up. The question is the armor, and is it going to be cost effective to, cover all of your oil and gas infrastructure with this type of armor? And is it just going to be the difference between sending one drone and sending two? One to blow the armor, the other to go in there to blow the oil refinery or the oil warehouse where it's stored. So, Ukraine continues to do this. In fact, they just did another one today. Let's see if I can find it. This is Ops. This is the largest oil refinery. Now that, I believe, is just the gas there, of the natural gas, but that right there is strike, and apparently some did now shut down. These are massive facilities, and just because, small, it's a little bit of a 20 kilogram warhead in 12 plates, can definitely trigger a chain reaction that could bring the whole Pacific right to a halt. But, these little attacks are going to start to take care of this whole. They're not going to start to take care of this for a long time. Not only for the vessels and economic situation, but for the actual oil and gas experience on the front line by the military compromising their logistics. We told you last week about the rail carrier, the last one in the Russians also was destroyed last week, that allows them to have some redundancy in terms of providing the Crimean Peninsula with supplies, and that has now been destroyed. So the more Ukrainians push the Russians, the greater the likelihood they're going to have to respond to that doesn't necessarily is online in April. No surprise that and it never ceases to amaze me because people think there is no consequences for things even to question, like the power. Okay, all it's going to do is one thing, and it's going to shut all the people up. And then, of course, we're not going to get their victimization. Well, yeah, that was going to happen. This interesting video or a snow frame, it might have been apparently, I don't know if this is an edited photo or not, but you can see there that there's clearly this not very well hidden door in the back, which means something that this bunker, but we know the group has been traveling around a lot lately, so I can't see that being the case. Something to say the body double, see a lot of things nowadays. And speaking of dams, the actual dam here was struck. This footage that we did, it is, of course, see in order to put the car, great passengers, right? And despite all the attacks on infrastructure, I don't think there were many casualties, if any. I mean, don't quote me on that, but we have seen casualties as a result of Russian bombardment. This is a part of the big dam in Kiev, which, if that was wrong, most of Kiev would be wiped out. Meaning massive humanitarian disaster, it would be a non-local disaster, and the pipe is that another nuclear power plant. That located with an outline looking out the window. Hard to say what else we got going on here. So this is the pathway of the missiles and drones that were fired. So they came from the Black Sea, they came from inside Russia, of course, the bombers. Right now, Romania has set up a new radar system, which of course is going to help and assist the Ukrainians in targeting the Crimean Peninsula and helping defensive efforts in Ukraine. So again, NATO continues to offer its ISR support. Continuing flights of the RQ-4, the Global Hawk, throughout the Baltics, as well as, of course, the St. Petersburg. The situation is just it's not getting any better. Okay? The situation with Pavel Durov, the CEO of Telegram, being arrested, I think that this was more of a shot across the bow, a public reason of sorts to get the attention of not necessarily the people who are on Telegram, because they don't want to take away the platform that gives them full spectrum surveillance capabilities. The government doesn't need, they don't care about encryption, okay? The government has backdoor access to all of these apps, all governments, in fact. But what they don't want to get rid of the medium altogether because, you know, if you've got people, you want to be able to surveil people, okay? Somebody... surveillance metaphor to describe this. You want people to feel comfortable expressing themselves online, so you know their deepest, darkest, most dissenting thoughts about any given situation. And so you don't want to ban Telegram per se, especially if it is largely being controlled by Western forces. They do want to ban TikTok because it's largely outside their control. And of course, there's other reasons why banning TikTok actually makes sense from a strategic point of view. They're saying kind of themselves around their own country because it is making people really stupid. But this is the woman stuff, you know, and as I told you before, I've been saying this for a long time, that as the approach AX, they're going to be title control of the area. So they're going to start rattling the cage of the other dissenting forces, ensuring that everybody is volunteering to the people. They're just on, you know, just going to have to go to the and it's becoming very difficult to prove this powerful constructive Jerry Bonda's first down ticket laid out. Now, I think I could circumvent this by offering to both sides of the story. Even though I know that the Western media tries to be full of shit most of the time, I also know that the other side are not pursuing falsehood. They are not innocent also. So, oftentimes you get purely political, ideologically, religiously charged people talking about Christians and their platform because they go too hard on the street. You gotta be more measured in how you engage your dissent this day. If you want to continue to assist people in trying to decipher the matrix code. Of course, this is that metaphor to explain what people do. Well, the soil climate, soil climate, they will come out activated by capacity. In addition to that, we have to think about suspended the oil exports. Activity is tied to price of oil. It's price. It's locked into video. You know, I'm sure you guys have seen these slap competitions. Not even Mike Judge, when he made the most in the office, he did such a thing. What do you think about? Do you think about how my ball? How my ball? You don't think that he's office, you gotta get that. It's one of the most perfect things in the world. What do you think that I did this? All my balls, I mean, that was like, yeah. I mean, that was really high about that. This is just like ultimate really beat somebody in happening. But this happens with the strongest possible shit. This is the thing that happens. The pinnacle of our technological civilization. This is the people so we imagine what's going to happen in the life of the world. And there's no more police. Not police that are normally tickets like we know that circle that happens in the ground, you know, we gotta let them up, please. Guys out there want to do. Guys out there actually do. Spending 5 minutes for $25 in every month. You got about yes, he's another. We're not. We're jump that gas. Iran has said we will not fall into the enemy's trap of being provocation games. And that's the sensible thing to do. I mean, if you know that they want you to attack, why would you attack? Makes perfect sense to me. Some people know that I have my criticisms of grifters, and this is one of those grifters. And I will confidently say this, because I can tell a grifter from a mile away. I can tell you this one right here. Ooh, boy. This is Village of the Dam level grifting. This is Tulsi Gabbard's announcement of support for Donald Trump. Oh, actually, sorry, this is her support for Joe Biden. Right. This is when she was trying to get a job in the Biden administration, but they shunned her, and so she decided to go drift somewhere else instead. She's a social climber, folks, and I will make no apologies for saying that. I can tell, and if you can't tell that that's a grifter, then boy, are you going to get scammed when the shit hits the fan. There's going to be some crazy religious extremists. I love my religious folks, don't get me wrong, but if you're that crazy Mist lady, like the lady in the movie The Mist, and this is going to be her, okay? She's going to be doing some crazy, cult-like stuff, and she's going to be leading the charge. So just watch out for people like that. But this is Robert F. Kennedy's statement. Just to quell any speculation, under no circumstances will join Donald Trump on an electoral ticket. Our positions of certain fundamental issues, our approaches to governance, and our philosophies of leadership could not be further apart. I just said okay in a year and a half when Guy needed jobs. Right? So, it is what it is. What are you going to do? I mean, some people haven't changed. I mean, I don't see Bernie Sanders asking for a job when
Donald Trump. I mean, yes, he was not an independent. I'm sure maybe you could say that he wasn't from the Democratic Party. But something just doesn't seem right about suddenly aligning with somebody because evil, so you may claim just that, throwing by the wayside this fact that you claim that the leadership could not be, philosophies of leadership could not be further apart. So, what they're going to believe, what they're going to believe. That's it, that's all. Iran has posted a vid saying it's the Iranian turn, showing lots of scary missiles being loaded from bunkers and all kinds of ground-based launchers all throughout the Iranian country, which is vast. And I believe it is 4,000 times bigger than the Gaza Strip. So good luck with that, Israel. You are going to need it. What else do we want to talk about here today? Yeah, Zelensky is claiming that he can now bomb all of Russia with his Pagyanitsia. For the first time, he's very active. He's going to use probably Elon Musk's Starlink to do it. Or just GPS, who knows. Zelensky wants strikes on Moscow. According to The Guardian, threats of strikes on Moscow and St. Petersburg could force Russia to negotiate framework permission from the West to use long-range Storm Shadow missiles to destroy targets deep inside Russia. Well, Storm Shadow, I was up to believe that they were only, 500 kilometers, like not too much further in distance and range than their Athens counterparts. But apparently there were some older versions that were even greater distance. Talked about Poland getting hits. Yada, 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 and Belarus deploying one-third of its military special operations forces, air defense units, armored vehicles, and fighter jets to the Ukrainian border. Ukraine claims these forces are concentrated in the Galo region, close to the Chernobyl nuclear site. That was the place where they invaded the first time, right? So who knows? Maybe Belarus is getting ready to actually enter the war. Recall, the Belarus pulled their troops back about a month ago, claiming good faith, and then, of course, the Ukrainians seized upon that opportunity and moved those troops that were protecting that part of the border into the Kursk region. Now Lukashenko is moving them back. That's about all I got to say today, folks. If you want to support the channel, the best way to support the channel is to support yourself by gearing up. And I must emphasize that the number one thing you can do is self-improvement. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much stuff you have, the thing that you're going to have last is you. Your brains, your body, and those are the most important things. Getting everything perfectly right to the best of your capability. Being the best version of yourself. Emotionally is very important. Keeping your emotions in check. So this is why the Iranians, like right now, everybody's expecting them to just react, right? Well, you don't want to just react because this is their version of SHTF. You want to think. It's supposed to be enhancing your ability to think strategically. And there still is time. Major people that was talking about what happens if day X happens 5 years from now, 24 hours from now. And in the 5-year timeline, I laid out what ideally a person should be trying to do within 5 years, okay? If you cannot, and you are a person in good health, who's of an age where you can still go out there and get it, grind, and you're telling me that you can't put yourself in a position, in a more favorable position in 5 years, I'm not saying we have that long, and you are that demoralized that you don't believe in yourself, that you can put some plan together in 5 years, that you can't get out of debt, you can't find yourself a little off-grid property, then how do you really think you're going to be able to survive the rigors of SHTF? Because that's going to be 100 times more difficult. This is right now. You go get an extra job, you save some money. There's a measurable way that you can get to where you need to be in terms of building up those self-saving systems. And 5 years is a generous amount of time. Now, again, I'm not convinced we have that long. I think it's under a year.
bullshit.
Consular General Tom Clark was set to attend committee Tuesday to respond to questions about the $9 million condo that landed in his lap. However, he may have been watching what the Conservatives did to Global Affairs last week because it was learned today that he declined the invitation.
Let's take a look. Consul General pulls out of committee appearance over $9 million luxury New York City condo purchase. We haven't been given any reason why, a Conservative MP said, but Global Affairs says Tom Clark plans to appear before the committee at a later date.
Ottawa. Canada's Consul General in New York, Tom Clark's testimony at a House of Commons committee studying the purchase of a $9 million luxury condo is up in the air after Conservatives say he pulled out from a planned appearance Tuesday. The party's ethics critic, Michael Barrett, told the National Post that Clark's office has agreed to appear at the House of Commons Committee on Government Operations on August 27th to discuss the new official residence, but pulled out at the last minute. Quote, there was an 11th hour advisory that he wouldn't be appearing, and that's when his name doesn't appear on tomorrow's notice of meeting, end quote, says Barrett. Quote, we haven't been given any reason why, end quote, he added.
The Government Operations Committee, known as OGO, known as the Mighty OGO,
That's right,
is holding its third meeting to discuss the purchase of the new official residence on Tuesday. For now, only two real estate professionals from New York are set to appear by video conference. NDP MP Taylor Bachrach said there were several comments made at their last public meeting that indicated that Clark was expected to appear at their next meeting. Quote, so I was a bit surprised to see that he wasn't on the agenda, end quote, said Bachrach. Global Affairs Canada, or GAC, said that Clark was unavailable on the date that was initially proposed, but plans to speak to the committee at a further date. Quote, he has indicated he is happy to attend, and work is underway with the committee to find an alternate date, end quote, said GAC spokesperson Jean-Pierre J. Godbout in an email.
GAC also refuted claims that Clark rescinded his attendance, saying that they received the invitation on August 8th, and the clerk of the committee followed up on August 14th and 21st. In the end, the department said it responded on August 22nd, noting that Clark was unavailable for the following week. Sources on background said that it was their understanding that Clark is on leave this week, but an employee at the Consulate General of Canada in New York mentioned on the phone that Clark was present in the office and offered to pass the message to his assistant. A representative from the consulate then contacted the National Post by email to say that all questions about Clark's appearance should be directed to GAC.
Bacharach said that his experience from being on committee is that there are sometimes legitimate reasons the witnesses can't make it on a given day, but other times there are political games at play that prevent someone from testifying. Quote, I like to give the benefit of the doubt, but if efforts were being made to prevent certain witnesses from appearing, it wouldn't be the first time, end quote, he said. Liberal ministers are currently at a cabinet retreat in Halifax where they are focused on fairness in Canada-US relations. They made a series of announcements including a reduction in temporary foreign workers and slapping tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles. Barrett said he's prepared to issue a summons to require Clark, a former broadcaster, to appear at the committee to testify about the new official residence.
Quote, Justin Trudeau wanted him to be his man in New York City, and they just spent $9 million of Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars during a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 Canadians saying that they're going to need to use food banks this fall, end quote, he said. Quote, Mr. Clark must come to committee, and that's why we'll issue a summons requiring him to appear, end quote. During the last committee meeting, GAC officials argued that the recently purchased luxury condo represents, quote, significant financial savings, end quote, in the long run. They also said that Clark did not influence the government's decision to purchase the piece of real estate. They said that the former residence is now listed on the market for over $13 million, $3.9 million higher than what was paid for the new residence, and that the new purchase meant avoiding $2.6 million in renovation costs and $115,000 in annual operation fees. If you saw our committee live stream regarding these figures, you'll know why that's not necessarily the truth.
In total, they estimated that the new residence would in fact represent up to $7.5 million in savings for Canadian taxpayers. The importance of that figure is that is over a period of around between 20 and 50 years. Just so everybody understands that. That's not an immediate savings. Conservative MP Garnet Jennis said it is disingenuous on the part of the officials to project the cost savings based on the asking price of the former residence, and that the current situation meant that taxpayers are on the hook for 2 residences at a time. The government has also been under fire for raising the threshold of Treasury Board approval for official residence from $4 million in 2006 to $10 million in 2022, which meant the new condo in New York was not scrutinized by the department. An official for Treasury Board said the jump happened because GAC had taken a quote-unquote very long time to apply for an increase for purchases, and it was adjusted to inflation.
I don't think inflation went to times in the past, what was it, 16 years?
Well, so this is garbage. Like, that response is a flat-out lie. And I know that because I know of agencies that have applied for funding because their funding hadn't been adjusted since 2000, early 2000s. And as a result of inflation, like there was no top-up. And then they went back and said, hey, can we at least get an adjustment based on inflation? And they were flat-out told, no, we don't do that. So the fact that they're just saying, well, they applied for an increase, just to kind of match inflation, is complete crap. And the other thing the missing from that is, again, you'll see in our committee, what was told was that, Global Affairs Canada has its limit reviewed regularly, and it was only in 2022 that it was decided, now an increase is needed.
Yeah, if my memory serves me correctly, they said it's reviewed every 4 years, but it's not necessarily increased every 4 years.
So, all of a sudden, like 2006, and all of a sudden in 2022, now's the time to do it?
Yeah, so theoretically, if my memory is correct, they would have had a review in 2018 where they said, no, let's keep it at the 2006 level. But then when they reviewed in 2022, all of a sudden it's like, oh no, we need to increase it by a factor of 2.5.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Right before they want to buy them.
Right.
It's interesting.
So, it's also interesting that this guy is basically saying, I never said I was going to come. And Connie and I were talking about this earlier today when I said, he's not coming. And she said, well, can they summon him? And I said, he's not a minister.
So, according to this article and according to Mr. Barrett, it sounds like they can summon him, and it sounds like they will summon him. So, hopefully Canadians will be able to get some answers.
Yeah, because if this guy indeed had nothing to do with this, then why not appear before committee and just say what you would say? Well, didn't really have anything to do with this. I'm not sure what you want me to say here.
Because he doesn't want to have to face the Conservatives and their questions.
Right? That's basically the firing squad. So, anyway, folks, so we still will be live streaming on Tuesday, August the 27th. So that will most likely be at around 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Check out for the live stream post when it goes up. But when Tom Clark does decide to either come back or when he is dragged back by the OGO committee, we will be sure to be live streaming that committee meeting as well. So stay tuned because it sounds like things are going to get interesting.
The first Wiggle superfood, made from whole food instead of extracts.
Well. I would assume this must mean that Kamala Harris's internal poll numbers, not the numbers she used to be referring to, must not be very good. Because absolute loser Jack Smith has now brought a new superseding indictment against Donald Trump meant to work around the recent Supreme Court ruling holding that Trump's official actions as president were not subject to prosecution. The walls are closing in, everybody. Leave a like on the video. The walls are closing in. Now they finally got him. It's all over for Trump, guys. Jack Smith is on the case. The walls are closing in. No, they're not, actually. A grand jury has returned an superseding indictment, which, again, is irrelevant, against Donald Trump of Washington, D.C., retaining the same full court charges against him, trying to subvert the election. You see a lot of the, it's over for DJT, more crimes, statistics coming, so here for this. I don't know, 38 convictions doesn't really roll off the tongue. We need another one of these trials to get underway to make it a nice round number. The left celebrating this, absolutely, positively. More reasons why the 34-count convicted felon has no business running for president. These people are all repeating Democrat, NPC talking points. We're going to talk about the legal perspective of that. Also, in the news, more desperate. All of this happens on the day that Donald Trump agrees to his debate with Kamala Harris. I'm sure it's unrelated, but RFK Jr. now being forced to stay on the ballot in both Michigan and Wisconsin. That number of states may increase, but these are two key battleground states, and the reason they're keeping him on there is to try and hurt Trump. They don't want to remove him from the ballot. Now, hopefully, they can just turn this on its head a little bit. That's my hope, and have it backfire so that now RFK is just going to have to come to Michigan and have to come to Wisconsin and remind everybody to vote for Trump. So maybe that will rally some additional support. However, this shows just how badly Kamala Harris must be polling. You see these numbers. I mean, I know she's used to getting polled, but I'm not sure if she's used to these poor reviews. I would suspect maybe. You can see, obviously, if the Founding Fathers saw what's become of the United States now, they'd start a revolution. Jack Smith is such a loser. They're so desperate, obvious trying to interfere. I mean, the thing is, Jack Smith, here's from the Hill, special counsel. Jack Smith filed a superseding indictment, in this case indicting former President Trump for his actions to seek to subvert the 2020 election, retaining the same charges but shifting some elements of the case in the wake of the Supreme Court's immunity ruling. The Tuesday filing comes after Jack Smith presented the case against former president to a second grand jury, which had not previously heard the case. It likewise concluded the charges were warranted against the president. The superseding indictment is an effort by the special counsel to respond to a ruling earlier this summer by the Supreme Court that held Trump and other former executives retained broad immunity for poor actions that they took as president and presumably immune for other actions while taking in the office. Look, this just tells you they're afraid. They are deathly afraid. They feel the Kamala phenomenon is coming to a close. The Capitol-mentum disappearing. Kamala Harris did not get a bump from the DNC, which normally they do. The filing removes former Justice Department Attorney Jeffrey Clark, named unindicated co-conspirator in the case, a reflection of the specific instructions from the Supreme Court that said Trump's conversations with Justice Department officials were protected from prosecution. Trump was prepared to install Clark as acting Attorney General so that he could investigate this baseless claims of fraud, or his baseless claims of fraud. The filing also bumps up the date and date the prosecutors argue Trump's conspiracy to remain in office to November 13th, or the office began starting in November 2020. I don't know how you can look at this and not just see it for exactly what it is, a pathetic Hail Mary pass. They try to put him in jail in New York and failed twice. They're going to try to put him in jail in Georgia, but they just couldn't escape their own Democrat corruption. Fanny. By the way, the betting market has not been one bit since this was announced. So clearly the betting market doesn't have any stink. Here, according to Fox News, the new charges narrow the allegations against the Republican presidential nominee following the Supreme Court ruling that conferred broad immunity to former presidents. So it's familiar with the matter, tell Fox that discussions surrounding the superseding indictment will likely not speed things up, and it is unlikely to go to trial before the November election. So this won't even go to trial for the election. So much for the Department of Justice not creating the appearance of election, tampering within 90 days of the election that they're supposed to abide by. Now, if you talked about this, I think it was Merrick Garland. I believe it was Merrick Garland. Let me check. I believe it was. I could be wrong. But they had just said, we're not going to get involved in anything within 90 days of the election because we don't want to try to, kind of screw up anything. Here's the Department of Justice 60-day rule, 90-day rule. I mean, it's insane. The big news you should be talking about is Kamala Harris and Trump have agreed to a debate on ABC, and Donald Trump absolutely roasted her in a reply. So, the walls are closing in on Trump. Federal prosecutors filed new charges on Trump. Don't care. This is a nothing burger. You see, good logic, lawyer, saying they're still using the 18 U.S.C. 1512C, even though it was specifically knocked out by SCOTUS 2 months ago in the United States versus Fisher. Jack Smith is really bad at this. I mean, alternate that you surely will work this out. It does not seem like lawyers are concerned about this. Lawyers do not seem very concerned about this sticking. What people need to be talking about is the debate that Kamala Harris agreed to with Donald Trump. Trump says he's reached an agreement with ABC debate with Kamala Harris and reveals the rules in bombshell statement. Well, he just roasted her. He basically just roasted her. I have reached an agreement with radical left Democrats for the debate with comrade Kamala Harris. Trump wrote on True Social. He alleged that Harris would not agree to the Fox News debate on September 4th, which I would rather have too. Much closer to next week. Before the ABC debate, he said that the network and his campaign are keeping that date open in case she changes her mind or, of course, flip-flops, like she did on the voter, and she did taxing tips. He noted that the debate host ABC News is by far the nastiest and most unfair newscast in the business. The rules will be the same as last CNN debate, which seemed to work out well for everyone except perhaps crooked Joe Biden, Trump added. The debate between Trump and Biden led to a series of disastrous events for the U.S. president that ultimately led to a pressure campaign to end his re-election bid. I mean, effectively end his presidency, to be honest with you. So, I mean, absolutely great news, stunning great news, that one debate, it's going to be a disaster for her. Now, she did this thing where she wants to be on Kamala Harris on CNN now. What's funny about Kamala going to CNN, okay, is that, for her first sit-down interview, this is the Ultra ZX class. It's going to be taped, edited, and screened before anyone sees it. It will not be the real Kamala Harris. I am still willing to bet you that she comes off wildly unlikable. The interview will be conducted by CNN's chief political correspondent, Dana Bash, and will air at 9 p.m. Eastern Thursday. So we're going to watch that, by the way, on my Rumble channel. We're going to watch that on my Rumble channel because I suspect they will probably try to take advantage of the copyright system on YouTube. So if you haven't yet, download the Rumble app, follow the form, so that we can always react to mainstream propaganda. So Thursday night we'll be live streaming again. Go to Rumble, download the Rumble app. I know you can take on another app. Go to the Rumble app, search, or just go to the web, the web version. Search for this ordering. I go outside the green checkpoints. One of the other 254,000 computers in St. Paul free speech platform. 37 days since her candidacy began, I've generated small enthusiasm and momentum for Harris. It's all fake, by the way, including at last week's convention in Chicago. But her lack of formal news coverage was her interview generated criticism from her Republican rivals. Thursday's interview fulfills the Washington earlier in August to sit down with Rhodey for the month. She waits till literally the second last day of the month. In this interview, Harris's extraordinarily truncated campaign begins her new post-convention phase. Her team is anticipating more scrutiny as she involves into the final weeks. Harris has also been preparing for a September 10th debate with Republican rival former President Donald Trump. I mean, all the momentum around Kamala Harris's fate. This interview will be scripted. It will not do anything. It will not change any minds. Nobody watches CNN who isn't already voting for Kamala Harris, let's be honest. And so it'll just be a great opportunity for people to point out that she flip-flopped about the border wall, and she flip-flopped about taxing tips, and how she flip-flopped about, DVDA, and how she flip-flopped about going B to A or whatever. I don't know, whatever she's into. So these new charges are just a smokescreen, and they get announced on the day he agreed to the debate with her. That's the real story. Absolutely pathetic behavior from the Democrats. Make sure you subscribe right here to this channel so you get breaking news like this. I get right back up into the studio. It's news broke, so I can cover it for you. I hope you're informed by the
later that in retrospect ended up being, more debatable or true?
Well, it looks like the conspiracy theorists were right again. Now you're hearing it from this scumbag lizard person himself. Oh, no, we totally censored the information about COVID and mRNA vaccines. Because everybody knows that mRNA vaccines are the most effective, efficacious vaccines, miracle science, if you will, according to Elmo and Big Bird. And if you disagree with it, the tech overlords will silence you. Oh, Jesus. No. I mean, it took 3 years, but here he goes. He's admitting it. I'm sure that Mark Zuckerberg and Twitter 1.0 and Google and the scumbags at YouTube and the folks in legacy media, I'm sure they all did it for our benefit. They love us so much. It always works out that way. They always want you to not question experimental concoctions pushed upon you. Maybe they're doing it right now. They're telling you, hey, you gotta go. Oh, gotta get scared. Gotta get scared for serious this time. Bark flow. Yeah, I don't get off good. No. Some people for serial scary, and if you don't think that it's scary, he'll censor you. If you're not afraid of it, he'll ban you. Right? They want to pump more money into mRNA bird flu vaccine. Why do I got a striking conspiracy theory suspicion that bird flu could, and I don't know, by the way, because I'm not a doctorologist, but here's what I do know. I want ivermectin. I know that he said I'm not allowed to have ivermectin. You should Google, those scumbags not allowed to have ivermectin. But I'm thinking if bird flu is even a real thing, I'm thinking I just want orange juice, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine for a big pack. Maybe the good people at TWC.health can help you. It's handing over $176 million to Moderna for an mRNA bird flu vaccine. We're gearing us for the next big pandemic, and we can't trust the establishment with our health any longer. We must take matters into our own hands now. I'm protecting my family with a contagion emergency kit from the wellness company, and you can too. It's no joke. Your frontline defense kit, whatever it's for us next, comes packed with ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pack, Tamiflu, budesonide, along with a nebulizer. You can rest easy knowing that you have the emergency meds on hand, along with the guidebook to save you. Every family in America needs at least one of these kits, like having an urgent care comfort in your own home. Get your contagion emergency kit right now for the low cost of a single doctor's visit. At the end of the day, just having these life-saving medications on hand, and you won't have to think about it. Be proactive, be prepared, and take control of your health. Don't wait for the next crisis. Go to twc.health/salty and grab your contagion emergency kit right now. That's twc.health/salty. Save you $30 at checkout. Kits are only available in the USA. That scumbag right there, on behalf of the Biden administration, doesn't want you to have any of the medications in that kit. Here he is telling Congress, oh my God, I'm super duper sorry, but yeah.
Sleep well, my
on behalf of the Joe Biden administration. Okay, well then we're going to sue you. Get ready. Here comes the lawsuit. In a stunning letter to Congress, President Biden-Harris pressured him to Facebook to censor content. The Meta CEO admitted that senior Biden administration officials, quote, repeatedly pressured Facebook teams to suppress information related to COVID-19. All to save you, of course, to help you. It's a weird thing. I don't need your help, bro. I don't need your help. Zuckerberg also said that Facebook should have censored the New York Post Hunter Biden exploit. So they're trying to corral you and send you in the direction of experimental injections, and then also don't look at this laptop completely full of criminality, election meddling, and trying to poison us. Sounds like we could just skip the lawsuit to go straight to tribunal at this point. 2 years ago, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg admitted to Joe Rogan that the FBI pressured Facebook into censoring the Hunter Biden laptop, and now he's telling everybody, as he participates in congressional investigations, that the Joe Biden administration told him to silence people on mRNA injections. That can silence them on hydroxychloroquine, silence them on something, say that they must only know. That's why we got to silence you on them. In a stunning Monday evening letter to House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan, Zuckerberg admitted stated that senior Biden administration officials, quote, repeatedly pressured Facebook teams to suppress information related to COVID-19 that the platform would not have otherwise censored. Talking about jokes, by the way. He goes, yeah, we even censored jokes. We censored satire. The Joe Biden administration stepped all over Americans' First Amendment by pressuring us, threatening us, coercing us into censoring them on their behalf. The administration expressed a lot of frustration with our team when we didn't agree. Yes, you're going to get arrested. You just saw the dude who started a Telegram. He got arrested in France. Zuckerberg didn't want to get arrested. He didn't want to stand up to these people. And so he said, okay, well, I'll silence you guys. I'll silence you. That always makes a lot of sense. When we're in the midst of a pandemic, we don't want a whole bunch of information. We just want information coming from the scumbags at the government. The government's never fixed anything. The government's never helped anything. And so he's sitting there going, yeah, I believe the government pressure was wrong, and I regret that we didn't do more to be outspoken about it, reads the letter. I also think that we made some choices that benefit the hindsight and the information that we would have made today. You would still do it today because you're weak. You're weak good. You're absolutely good. The government, as we roll into this election cycle, you guys try to push bird flu. Now you guys are already walking play. The East Coast, I think, is facing lockdowns over COVID. And you won't be able to criticize them on this platform. You won't be able to question bird flu. You won't be able to question monkeypox. You won't be able to question anything. This platform's full of scumbags. And if Twitter's shown us anything, you've got to fire 80% of the people that work there. Right? He doesn't go to Twitter and they were still screwing things over. He had to fire 80% of those people before he could even get it to kind of go in the right direction. So Facebook's no different. It's probably even worse. They were completely complicit. So there's a lot of work to be done here. But we got to get to the point where they have now admitted that the federal government a corporate entity, a corporate entity like Facebook over here to silence Americans. The federal government is not allowed to abuse your First Amendment by proxy through a corporation. This has already gone through the Supreme Court. These people, the Biden-Harris, these people need to be named. They need to be arrested. The Biden-Harris people need to be held accountable for them. This guy needs, I don't know, I'm admitting this now. When it's whistleblowers in heaven, why are you admitting this now? I don't for a second think that you're still not a lizard person. But for whatever reason, it's come out. This is a clear violation. There's no legal precedent for this. There's actual legal precedent in the opposite direction. Bro, arrest the hell out of you guys. But there you go, government scumbags, Facebook scumbags, ultimately going here, that they censored information that turned out to be correct. Because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, don't let those scumbags have access to information.
Kamala Harris.
Do that for your benefit. They're trying to get you killed. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching the video. Support channel. You kept doing the scumbags. That subscribe button and make way. This is Soul. Let's fly.
Hey everyone, Michelle Ferrer here, Member of Parliament for Peterborough Porta, and I'm in East Hants, Nova Scotia at the sports complex. Just finished a town hall here, a packed room full of concerned parents, operators, and residents here of Lance. This is Kings Hants Township, Liberal MP who resides here and has this riding. Is clearly not listening to his constituents. Neither is the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, the Liberal Minister. What we heard tonight was suffering. Straight up suffering. You know, you had a woman in there with an 8-month-old baby. She has to go back to work. She cannot find childcare. What the average wait lists were 200 to 300. One person had 500 on their wait list. This $10 a day childcare is exactly what we've been calling it since day one. It is a marketing campaign. Only 33% or 1 in 3 families are able to access it, and in places like this, in East Hants and in Kings Hants in particular, but Nova Scotia as a whole, in the province, the reason I came here is because they were completely when I questioned the minister on this in our Human Resources Committee. So they're very well this riding wrote a letter saying we need to include private operators. He says it in private. He supports private in private, but publicly, no. He toes the Trudeau line and makes suffering happen here. And so 55% of the operators in Nova Scotia are private. None of them are included in this program, the $10 a day program. So what does that mean? It means hypocrisy at its finest, because the minister here, the provincial minister, has written and asked them to amend the agreement. The federal minister, Jefferson, said, nope, we are not negotiating on that. And I just want to give you a little bit of backstory on the corruption and the vilification that happens with private here. So most of these private operators are women entrepreneurs, right? This is supposed to be this feminist program.
Early learning and childcare is feminist social policy, and we are proud of that.
And these women operators are being completely forced to be shut down. They can't increase access. They can't help offer what the community needs. And so at that time, in May, when I questioned the minister, she said, no, we're not doing that. She wouldn't listen to her own Liberal MP. She wouldn't listen to the minister. She said nothing. 2 weeks ago, the same minister, Jenna Sutz, said,
ultimately, a parent doesn't care if it is a for-profit or not-for-profit state.
when she extended the agreement to New Brunswick, talking out of both sides of her mouth, discriminatory to Nova Scotia. It's appalling. And then today, in Newsfrom, she had the audacity to say,
Nova Scotia is faring quite well when it comes to rolling out the childcare program here in this province.
I can tell you, this town hall full of people, grandparents who just want to be grandparents, are forced to be providing childcare for their kids. Kids with exceptional needs who are being left out in the cold, who can't get any help. Kids with autism. Parents are at their wits' end. They have to go to work. They don't have the choice to stay home because they need that second income because the cost of living is out of control. The reality is this $10 a day program, and this one guy said it to me, he goes, I don't get it. He said, it's the best marketing program that they could have ever done. They sold everyone a fairy tale, and now people are feeling what has happened. They made a bad problem extremely worse, especially here in Nova Scotia. And it was very valuable to sit and listen to the folks in this town hall who shared their thoughts about this. And I'll sum it up with this, because this one gentleman said it succinctly. This is the whole issue with the whole program. He's an operator. And I said, are you signed on to the program? Mm-hmm. Why? We had no choice. And that is the undercurrent of the entire problem of this entire program. There is no choice, there is no flexibility, and it has caused chaos and suffering for families across this country. It has caused chaos and suffering for women entrepreneurs who are just trying to help their community by offering quality childcare, and they can't do it. Because where in the world can you find affordable quality childcare for $10 a day? And that's why only a third of all families are able to access this. And Justin Trudeau wants to get out on a podium and tell you it's the best thing he's ever done as Prime Minister. And it is a failure, like every one of his programs. And we're going to keep fighting, we're going to keep listening. Thank you so much for attending tonight. Really appreciate your insight. Thanks.
Democrats are desperate, specifically in this situation. Jack Smith. Just happening right now, as we're watching it, Jack Smith just filed a superseding indictment against President Trump. Here it is. This is happening right now. The desperation continues. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Trump poll numbers are already skyrocketing after this. As they keep going after it. This is coming on the eve of basically an endorsement from Democrats like R.K. Jr., Chris Gabbard, Elon Musk. Trump has already formed the Avengers. Now these are getting even more desperate. We're going to dive into what this means for Trump. We're going to dive into what this means as a whole. And the desperation continues here, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, you have Kamala stealing Trump's ideas, Kamala stealing Trump's policies. You have Trump agreeing to the September 10th debate on ABC. You have all this big news coming out. You have all these big things going on. But on the verge of everything else, collapsing, we have Trump getting indicted again. So this is a desperation move happening right now. As you can see, the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump, who is the defendant here. The violations, you can see count 1, 18 U.S.C. 371 conspiracy, fraud. United States, count 2, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and of course, count 4, which is conspiracy against rights. So, yeah, a big desperation move here. Donald Trump's already going crazy in the polls. He has been saying that because that's my favorite word. But let's take a look at the breaking news for those who don't know what's going on. Take a listen.
All right, some news just into us. Special Counsel Jack Smith has returned what they're calling a superseding indictment against Donald Trump in that D.C. case. It doesn't mean it's more. It just means it's more focused, I guess, to spot on all of that right now. So, yeah, I mean, it is exactly a little bit more focused. In fact, the indictment itself, about 10 pages shorter than the original indictment from last year. So the same four core charges are included on this indictment. The reason
If this is not election, I really don't know what election interference means. If this is not election interference by Democrats like Jack Smith, if this is not separating the country more than it's ever been separated before, these people do not stop. Like, they don't stop.
that Donald Trump was re-indicted, if you will, the Supreme Court came back somewhat in his favor on July 1st of this year, telling Jack Smith, the special counsel, essentially in layman's terms, you need to go back and rethink about your case before District Judge Archie Chutkin. This was supposed to go to trial on March 4th, but it was completed in the Supreme Court. So while all of these
So Jack Smith is basically going against the Supreme Court. Now, we know that Democrats, Democrats everywhere, all the parties that the Supreme Court has to lead. Out all these cases, now they're going back at it again.
four charges state here relating to Donald Trump, the man, and the candidate. Some of the officials, like Jeffrey Clark, a former DOJ official, have been taken out, and this is a much more focused. I also want to point out that this is dealing with a grand jury, so this grand jury is not doing anything about the other indictment from last August 1st of 2023. They only heard the facts in this case. What does this mean? Likely we're not going to see any type of trial for the election. Jack Smith, the special counsel, and Donald Trump will be for next week here in Washington, D.C. to talk about the path forward. But there would be no path forward unless Jack Smith did this today and really tightened up that indictment, and that's why we are where we are here. All right, David, thank you very much, and I apologize for you. I've been thinking of different ones.
Because we have some major breaking news. Special Counsel Jack Smith has just filed a superseding indictment in the federal January 6th case. In a statement, the special counsel says, quote, Today, a federal grand jury in the District of Columbia returned a superseding indictment charging the defendant with the same criminal offenses that were charged in the original indictment. The superseding indictment, which was presented to a new grand jury that had not previously heard evidence in this case, reflects the government's efforts to respect and implement the Supreme Court's holding and remand instructions. Let's bring in MSNBC legal correspondent.
Yeah, they are extremely, and I mean extremely desperate. Like this is insane. You can't make this stuff up. Like this is crazy.
So what can you tell us?
Well, Lucy, I can tell you a couple of things. One is that the Department of Justice, or rather the Special Cases Office, in today's superseding indictment didn't change any of the actual charges against former President Trump. They remain identical to those on the original indictment. This was filed a year ago, or more than a year ago at this point, in August of 2023. But you will already see, just in comparing the number of sheets of paper, the original indictment was 45 pages long. This is 36 pages long, as I expect. Once we start doing this page-to-page comparison, you will see places where they continue allegations in order to try to comply with the Supreme Court's ruling. And in particular, one of the things I expect will be missing here are allegations about former President Trump's interactions with Department of Justice officials. That is one concrete area that the Supreme Court gave.
Wow. Yeah, so superseding a former accusation whereby a grand jury that replaced a previously filed indictment changes add to the charges and the order. So, yeah, Trump owned that. Look, let's just look at how it's been doing.
Well, I think there's a tremendous upside. I think it's tangible and substantial. Tony Fabrizio, who is a pollster that I've known and worked with for a long time, is the lead pollster for the internal Trump polls, released a memo today going through the 7 battleground states that a lot of people have focused on, talking about North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. And in every single one of those 7 battleground states, all of these RFK voters, RFK Jr. voters, break towards Trump. Some of them, Trump is getting 2/3 of the jail.
Let's look at this. Arizona, Trump 53%. Georgia, Trump 47%. Michigan, Trump leading in Michigan. It's crazy. North Carolina, Trump 58%. Wow. Oh my goodness.
RFK voters, and he's getting about 4%, 3% in these states. And in a state like Pennsylvania, where it could well come down to, tens of thousands of votes, a half a point or 3/4 of a point, that may well make the difference in who the next president is. A lot of people have said that Pennsylvania is going to be the key for Kamala Harris. Democrats cannot win the presidency without Pennsylvania. That is the conventional wisdom.
If RFK, so you tell me that Democrats are seeing these numbers, they're seeing RFK to come on board, and as so many independent voters, so many people that Democrats, they're seeing this, and the first thing they thought about is how in the world can we supersede and indict this guy? Like, how can we try to take this guy down? We have to take him down. Like, this is pure panic by Jack Smith and Democrats. They're watching stuff like this, and they're saying, oh my God.
So, makes the difference in other states and Pennsylvania. It really could spell the difference in this campaign. This should be taken seriously. This is a big campaign. And let me tell you, Kamala Harris did not want this to happen on the first day after her convention. She wanted to come out of there riding high. This has completely and totally changed the subject. And now we're back playing on Trump's turf again.
Yeah. Great. I'm also going to this is an amazing ad by the Trump campaign with RFK Trump. Bobby and I will fight together to defeat the corrupt political establishment and return control of this country to the people. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class and that's not going to protect America's freedoms, that's going to make America healthy again?
Like what RFK's endorsement really shows is that the Kennedy Democrats are actually more at home in the Republican Party of Donald Trump.
Today I'm honored to officially welcome another true American patriot. Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or an independent, if you love our country, as I cherish peace and freedom as you do, I invite you to join me in doing all that we can to save our country and
and elect President Donald J. Trump, sent him back to the White House to do the tough work of saving our country and serving the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
That was a very, very good ad. So once again, breaking news here, for those who don't know, Special Counsel Jack Smith does this. Smith has filed a new indictment. We're following some breaking news. Special Counsel Jack Smith has filed a new indictment against Donald Trump in connection with his federal election interference case. To be clear, the new indictment, though, does not have any charges against the former president, but it does reflect last month's Supreme Court ruling that Mr. Trump is immune from prosecution for official acts as president. Join me now, ABC's Justice and Intelligence correspondent, Ken DeLay.
Ouch. I mean, yeah, sure. Like, let's just take a look at how Democrats just some of the president.
Said it before, I went to a major Trump rally when I was campaigning in New Hampshire back in the winter of 23, and I was met with handshakes and friendship and
Yeah, this is that Edwin Phillips, Democrat. Basically, the president got out by force. Democrat. The party of unity, I guess, they say that that's their goal, unify the country. We got Jen Psaki. So once again, this is desperation, but I just know that this desperation is used. That they're flashing stuff like this.
What if they think about her? Is there anything to say about her?
Listen, it depends on where you are. We've been to a number of different battleground cities: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, on our way, obviously, Illinois, on our way to Chicago. And it's sort of dependent on where you were. Pennsylvania, well, I shouldn't say Pennsylvania, I should say Philadelphia, was a bit more liberal, and the answers to the questions about her and him were quite for the most part, Atlantic City, in Ohio especially, many people did not know who she was, right? They weren't familiar with this. I think she has to reintroduce herself publicly. Yeah, I think they thought that he was and that he gave them, that he brought money and victory bells. He was on black people's side.
Was there any?
That's down. That's it. And then Anchor. All the episodes got invited inside Jen Psaki and yeah, I don't know, like so what's final move of desperation? How is it teams and lawyers who got responsibility keeping track of all of this? Once again, Jack Smith won't have this time, a lot of Democrats didn't even say understand how much this drives was close to Trump. Like, people are people couldn't wait to vote for Trump when he first got indicted, right? There's something big happening next month too. I think the second. So yeah, they don't stop, and we already know our behavior is also on that. But a lot of people are doing this stuff. It's another thing over trying to lock up billionaires who are not on their side. And so I would sit there and take this office. So yeah, insane stuff here happening. Trump's phone numbers have been skyrocketing. Like, now that's a lot of people know Kamala is his whole propaganda machine running her campaign, which is unbelievable. And of course, there is help here by Democrats. Jack Smith So yeah, we're gonna be keeping track of these things. We're gonna update you guys. Same. Back, bigger and better. A bigger update on this as of right now. Special counsel Jackson that follows doing that presidential election. It's crazy. Is it that? There are Trump votes. Not interference, but isn't that now? So, yeah, man, this is going to be a crazy last month, maybe 80 days left. I think it's like 75, 74 days left. Yeah, that's big. Expanding the believe that they did contain a large women could pay their terrorist proxies according to the German proxies. And the peace kept claiming that somebody because it could only come from Iran. And literally, those peace proclamation peace accords being signed at the White House between Arab nations and Israel that only a generation of us were facing Israel. And literally on fire as we speak. As we sitting in a toxic house now, we're going on that. Sit bodies found yesterday by Billy the vessels of the American hospitals. And what did we hear from the Homeland Secretary of State last night? The Middle East, all of the state, racism of Israel. Israel has to stop its story. I believe that the wrong is about that. Because Israel sent a very strong signal. We can get a real response in your green zone, in the middle of the West, we can get anyone of ISO to be better flags when they are flags. That's how we restore the flags. How many parents, how many kids we don't know that is said that was speaking a little more about somehow that was really yesterday. Somehow that was possible and your peace. That's what President Trump did with the Suleimani from peace was restored. That's what he did by taking out Baghdad and ISIS. And this has been settled by half of that. The United States has lied against. Just to the record, this is a reminder. Joe Biden opposed the taking out Osama bin Laden. After we opposed while he was vice president. Criticized the taking out of Suleimani. So, and that is a different indicator on top of what you've already done. On what they would do and how they do the world. And each that almost even said first. Less than the recent Oxford trade with Russia.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. I want to talk a little bit about the next election because we know it's creeping up within about the next year or less, depending on how things go when the House of Commons reconvenes in the fall. Now, as speculative and as naive as I may be, hoping for an earlier election, what I will say is that, in all honesty, I really hope that things ride themselves out, despite the fact that gives Trudeau more time to destroy Canada. I would love to see him lose in good old-fashioned humiliation when it comes to the amount of ridings he's going to lose in the next election. But one topic that always seems to creep in when we talk about the next possible election, when you look at the summer, when you look at events like Keean Bexte going over to Tofino, you interview Trudeau saying your polling numbers are slipping, you're dropping farther and farther and farther, why are you still running? People have called for your resignation, and he said he's confident he's going to stick in his next election. He's going to ride it out. He thinks that Canadians will change their mind when it comes to Justin Trudeau. Many people, including channels like The Pleb, that have cited that there's going to be some form of an NDP coalition bloc government that forms to shut down the Conservatives to keep their power. I'm here to tell you today that it doesn't look like things are far off. If you ever watch the Drew 3-minute interviews, and these are fantastic, quick interviews. I'm going to show a little bit of this interview that came from former Liberal MP Dan Teague, who talks about what's happening in the next election. election, you look at what happened in this is going to be very telling as to how Trudeau plans to win the next election, or at least maybe why he's sticking around. Let's take a look at this interview, and then we'll discuss. But let's get into where these problems are going to ride and where they feel, even again, a former Liberal MP feels Justin Trudeau is going to essentially cheat and install his government into the next election.
One country, one maybe more of the Justice Party, something you know what? He has passed Canada, and he's going after the Muslim vote, and someone told me they're waiting to try. Don't worry about policy, don't worry about the next government. We're just going to try to nail certain rights to win the next election, and you're talking the NDP party.
Yeah, very much. I would think that the best way is what Macron did in France to prevent the possibility of his parliament disappearing in front of him. Again, what he did is he basically withdrew candidates in certain areas. Other parties did the exact same thing on the center to left. That doesn't just mean the Greens, it doesn't just mean the Liberals, it doesn't just mean the NDP. It means a coalition among those three parties in various ridings. So what's optimal now is fine. It's not straightforward. It's opponent practical. It's riding. Yeah, it's going to have to do
That's right. Liberals, you have a fair chance with this one, so we are going to vote for right. That's the point.
So right there, again, breaking it down. And again, this is former Liberal MP bringing in his expertise, saying there will be an agreement. There will be a non-written coalition that we're going to see. And again, rumors have been speculating also that this was going to be the case. Again, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, it doesn't seem highly unlikely, given Trudeau's current coalition with Justin Singh.
Let's get to salvation. We will have a next election by annihilation. There will be less than 50 seats for the Liberals, less than 30 seats for the NDP. Our principle is this to have two parties.
Because there's a difference in business in saying, you want to keep our prices together here. If it has to give it a $5 billion money.
What they've done is for the past 3 years under a martial law, and it does mean that the Liberal Party will cease to be the party that once was. It's become very much an apparatus of the left in which the NDP and the Liberals should cooperate. Not just cooperation on a political scale in Parliament, but cooperate in the hustings. There will be no NDP candidate for her as a Liberal incumbent and vice versa.
And you think that with that, that's the case. Then obviously, you think that this would be people back and say, you know what, you guys are like some principal scumbags, and we're not going to be there.
Well, this for some time, the NDP have cooperated to the extent even covering up what appears to be significant examples of corruption. Yeah, it's a lot of individuals that will get on over that $300 million money. Yeah, they did every single time.
Now, while we're on that subject, when you think about the reports that have come out about Chinese interference, Chinese corruption, people who have sold out Chinese secrets, again, we don't know who's involved in it because only the leaders of those parties were allowed to read said documents and had to swear off the ability to tell anybody about it. They had to say, no, it's parliamentary privilege, we're not allowed to talk about it. We know who's involved, but the public can never know while their tax dollars are funded in here who is essentially compromised in our government and who is not, while they still hold chairs within Parliament. The biggest problem here is what we're talking about, and it's nailed by Latour very well here, is that it's two businesses. This is like running a monopoly. It's essentially two corporations coming in saying, hey, if we price fix, we can just run the whole show and essentially have a monopoly on the Canadian voting public. The biggest problem when you look at the NDP voters, especially NDP, is that the unions on their side. They have union workers when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to teaching, when it comes to any kind of medical staff. It's all underneath the guise of being other union heads that push and push and push to get different political views out there rather than focus on what's best for their workers. It's a politically run system, and this is where we're going to see kind of things unfold into a corrupt-like state that even as Ledoux asks, are people going to get enough that they'll say, hey, you're a bunch of scuzbags, we're not going to vote for you. When you look at the numbers, when you look at what happens in Alberta, in amount of people that are now talking negatively about Danielle Smith, saying, well, I don't trust her, I don't think she should continue forward. She made one comment about people doubling the population of Alberta by 2050. Now all of a sudden I don't trust her. I've asked often, what's the alternative? Well, the alternative is the NDP. It's not even that shit. And essentially what's going to happen now is he's going to become a liberal. You're going to have liberals running provinces like Alberta. It's really sad. It's really sad. Let's continue with what discuss.
And so my way of thinking is that the Greens have ceased to become relevant. All of their policies have been taken up by Stephen Guilbeault and other radicals. The NDP will simply line in with the Liberals, and it will become the new Liberal Party, the new Liberal Democratic Party. However they style it, the only ones denying this right now are those who are not watching this, and they better be very careful because it's just right into the narrative. It's the only way you can have a hope of salvation in the next election. Thank you for opening up.
This is, again, very, very concerning. That when we go over Canada's future, there's a very high probability of seeing an LDP party formed out of the Liberals and the NDP. What is surprising to me is guys like that who don't understand or don't see that you're simply just trying to absorb your party. It's just trying to swallow up everything that people like Jack Layton took so long to try and build. That you remember back in the Jack Layton days, I mean, the NDP had some screwball ideas, but they were for the working class people. In fact, some of the ideas that the NDP gave off back in those days actually had me considering, do they really have our best interests at heart? Are they really for the working class? I mean, now all the NDP are is essentially hostage holders to Canada's economy, Canada's way of life, and keeping a corrupt individual like Justin Trudeau in power while also scooping a wheel of corruption themselves. I mean, Joe Pinson can't even tell you something that just Jack Baffles. I mean, this man has no business in charge of the province, let alone Canada's future. When it comes to Alberta, and my biggest concern is that if we see the NDP and Liberals merge together into a party, and they start doing this Napoleonic divide and conquer statue where we're not going to ride for I mean, essentially running a monopoly in terms of how the government works. It's very damning when you're part of the Conservatives, especially in their numbers, and if they get the block up for where are we going to see Canada's future? Does this mean that provinces like Alberta are going to press further for secession from Canada? Let me know what you guys think down below in the comments. Do you think this is the beginning of the end for Canada? Do you think that Justin Trudeau is essentially going to cheat his way to another country and why he's sticking around? Personally, in my own hearts, that's what I believe is happening. Because I think we've seen already a long time ago. It has nothing to do with his humors or his narcissistic behavior. It's merely that he has a plan. And we've already seen that plan unroll and be successful in places like France. I think that he's in big trouble. Unfortunately, I think that it's the first time here on this week. While you're hitting that button, don't forget to fill out their applications. Join me live here on this channel each and every Friday night. For Friday Night Fringe, our live streaming show, where not only myself, but my lovely wife, Mrs. Fringe, sits in with us to talk about all the crazy things that have happened this week in politics, all the great things coming up in the world that we're aware of that we should be coming to the channel shortly, and some back and forth within the community. It's always great to hear what you got.
Your message to the Prime Minister about how you guys are going to get re-elected? Well, it's about listening to me, right? It's about hearing where they are right now and understanding where they are right now. Certainly. How about I lift this up a bit? I'm a bit taller than Anita. Look. So I've been on that for the last 7 months, and I'm getting back now. But I've been out in my community and listening to folks in Burlington and around Southern Ontario in particular.
And what I would say is that, I think there's still this feeling of unease amongst Canadians. Inflation is going down, interest rates have started to come down, and that's a welcome relief. But, people are still finding it difficult, with paying for groceries and mortgages. And so it's really understanding, I think, where Canadians are at this moment in time and listening to them and reflecting on that. And that's exactly what we're doing over these couple of days in Halifax is, reflecting on what we've heard and what we've gathered over the summer and thinking about what that means in terms of bringing forward policies that are going to respond to the needs of Canadians today. So that's exactly the answer to Clemens' thing. But if you look at the polls, the desire for change that voters seem to feel is very powerful. And yet all I hear here saying is continue to do the work you've been doing and delivering what you said you would do 9 years ago. So I'm wondering what's your prescription for how do you address that appetite for change in the electorate? I think it's a great question. I think the question too, is it change for change's sake, or is it because we need to be doing something different? When I talk to Canadians, and when I talk to people in my constituency, for example, what I hear from seniors about death care, they like that. They want that to continue. They recognize that if the Conservatives were to get into government, that probably will not continue. I was in a mom and baby yoga class, right? And I was talking to the people in my class. Many of them are getting the Canada Child Benefit, right? That is helping them with the high cost of living. Many of them are taking advantage of the 18-month parental leave that we put in place. And almost all of them are the lower child care costs. They found space and they're getting those lower child care costs. They want those things to continue. They don't want those things to go away. And the question is, what is the change that Canadians are looking for? It's not those changes in policy, but those are real, tangible impact for Canadians. But there are things that different. We need to continue to work to bring down the cost of living, to make sure that there are affordable homes for Canadians. And those things that I think is incumbent upon us to demonstrate that we're hearing what matters to Canadians right now, and to demonstrate that we can make these decisions that are going to impact their lives in a positive way. And I think, it's normal. We've been in government for 9 years. That's a long time. Because we've done a lot in that period of time. But now we need to show Canadians what's next. And part of what we're doing here, part of what we're going to do with the Dino, is having those conversations about what we've heard from Canadians, how we're demonstrating that we're going to continue to listen to them, but we're also going to be able to make the policy changes and implement new policies that are going to have a positive impact on them.
And that's why he's raising the carbon tax on the diesel taxes on PDCs. How confident are you that the NDP supply and confidence agreement will hold until the end of June as originally planned? And what do you have to do legislatively to keep them on side?
Well, we signed the agreement until the end of June, so I'm concerned, that's something that has been signed and agreed to, and so I'm going to be working on that premise, and I have a great working relationship with Peter Julian, the counterpart. We have some things that are still left in the docket to move forward on. Of course, we're going to keep pushing in that direction, but I'm fairly confident that agreement is a good agreement, it's a strong agreement, and we'll get to it. Yeah.
Speaking of the U.S., you might have seen Democrats, of course, swapped out their leader for someone new, with Kamala Harris going kind of a wave of popularity, and she referred to the polls as competitive with Donald Trump, and there's a lot of enthusiasm on the party members. Have you been thinking away from that change, and does that give you pause? Do you think maybe we can do something here and swap out Trudeau and go for somebody who could revive the Liberal Party fortunes here?
Great question. Look, Canada and the U.S., although there are similarities, there are a lot of differences. And,
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question.
Progress, advance how we are building a inclusive
and progressive society and economy. But our job as liberals is to demonstrate to Canadians that that's the path that we're on, and that's the path that we're on. Because we face headwinds from, to be honest, some pretty extreme right-wing views in our own country right now. So let's be sure that we are putting forward that plan, that agenda, that vision for Canada that I believe Canadians
Your extreme right-wing measures seems to have got the is with the confident on some of the is it in your estimation that this is just a topic that itself is that you are really fundamental
I think there's a little bit of both, right? I think on the one hand, it's recognizing that these things don't just happen, right? You have to have government that is committed to improving the lives of Canadians in real and tangible ways to get things like child care, to get things like the Canada Child Benefit, to get things like dental care. We know that Pierre Poilievre and the Conservative Party of Canada and their members of Parliament are against those things, right? Even though they voted for childcare, if you actually listen to their speeches in the House of Commons, they basically equate it with socialism and talk about the fact that if they were to get elected, they would make it more conservative. Yes, we know what that means. When I say it to Canadian parents, they like having access to a quality space and they like having access to an affordable space. So yes, we have some work to do, right? We absolutely have more work to do to build more space, make sure that access to a space. But growing out the system is not the solution. Yes, it's growing on it. Yeah, it's growing. It's about making sure that we are thinking about what the future of Canada looks like and providing that vision of a progressive future for Canadians and enabling them to make that choice. So it's about us talking about the things that we're doing and talking about the ways it's also about listening and responding to the needs of Canadians and sharing our vision.
You are so out of touch.
Donald Trump says he's reached a deal with ABC News and will name Kamala Harris 2 weeks from tonight. It had appeared Trump might withdraw from ABC News when the microphones was too long. I was in the first team which was prominent at all times.
This morning, right now, at this hour, 2 weeks before the scheduled debate, the debate is on. Donald Trump posted on his Truth Social platform that both sides have agreed to debate not to get Commissioner Kamala Harris. Yesterday was the fact that his first debate announcement that was going to be on ABC. And yesterday, he talked with reporters. He was complaining that ABC is unfair. He was very upset about some ABC coverage during the weekend. He was complaining suggesting that he might withdraw. So listen to what he said yesterday.
I want to do this, but she has ABC. It's her friend's best friend. What kind of a deal is that? I want to have a fair debate.
So now he apparently has agreed to the debate. He actually was into the debate before, but then this came up in his post on Truth Social. He refers to ABC as ABC fake news, like fraud, there. He was traveling around, so it's about those sometimes Fox, but the debate is on the debate following the same issue about the microphone. Microphone, the candidate has to on, the other candidate's microphone. Now, Harris is having that sound of it. He make a statement that you might not want to make. beyond candidates speaking, and Trump speaking sort of feels that that's a better thing for him. It can keep him under control to some degree.
It's just one second.
Well, the Harris campaign, Kamala Harris has said from the start, she has said repeatedly that they will go to this debate and then talk about other debates. That has not changed. There are other debates that could take place. Trump, in his Truth Social post, says there's a debate next week on Fox. I'll attend that, and she will attend that, but that's not going to happen. But there are other debates that could take place. There's another debate he refers to on NBC. But again, the Harris campaign has not agreed to that. They have said from the start that they want this first debate to take place, and then they will talk about other debates. Now, there's benefits for both sides. At least both sides see possible benefits in this first debate. The Harris campaign feels that they have the momentum right now, and they would like to continue that. And they feel that Kamala Harris, as a former prosecutor, could do very well in the debate against Donald Trump with her experience as a trial lawyer. The Trump campaign, they understand, they may not say it publicly, that they have lost some momentum with the Harris convention, and they would like to regain that. They feel if Trump can do well in this debate, that they can regain that momentum, and they want to challenge Kamala Harris on such things as inflation, the border. Those will be things that Donald Trump will bring up repeatedly in this debate. We are almost certain.
Steve, thank you. That's journalist Putterman live in Los Angeles.
Spoke about playing fair when he called himself the Democrats. He explained what he looks for in a leader.
I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth.
Dignity and truth. Let's get a dose of that with his leader that's being heard back right now, Joe Biden. Spoke sometime. It's way past his bedtime and he has been encouraged rant. Told women that have no electoral funding is that.
Women are not without electoral or political power.
But let's just get back to that dignity that was talking about dignity. True. And he thinks that sort of glorious dignity of Biden repeating verifiable lies to sow racial division. In doing so, he invoked the name of his son. It's not very dignifying.
Changing the state attack anti-Semitic flag. Very neo-Nazi, white supremacy, the flag, the president's badge. What he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, I told you. There are very funny people on both sides. My God. That is what he said and what he meant. That's what I realized. I was a dad to my dead son. I could not stay in the sunshine.
So dignified, so truthful, so full of joy. That defensive diatribe was, of course, devoid of fact. We told you that years ago. It's all on video. The fine people hoax is just that. Trump did condemn the Nazis and racists and people different. And
people. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But many people are like other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly.
And yet, years later, the Democrats, Joe Biden, continue to push that dangerous divisive lie, even after President Trump was assassinated. It's beyond conspiracy, but differences Now, Charles has said he is including himself and particularly come up on reopening schools during the pandemic.
During the pandemic, Colorado helped states and cities get back their schools back open.
Help to get the schools back open, really? Do the Democrats think we have forgotten they ran attack against the Hawks who wanted to reopen schools? Remember this?
There's room to reopen schools because he was saying in his re-election.
We have to open the schools, critical shortage at the their schools, we're not going to fund that anymore.
Virus spreads, skilled teachers and parents against the advice of experts.
It's 100% right that the virus has very little impact on young healthy kids, and schools should have never been closed. And that is only one of the many verifiable lies uttered on the DNC stage by Biden and others. Indeed, the whole thing seems to be less about walls and the Democrats thinking, and really all about Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Who the hell does he think he is?
Indeed, there was very little said at the DNC about the big issues facing the country. Throughout the day, there was only 3 mentions of inflation, 8 of the food up, 6 mentions of pride, but there were 140 mentions of Donald Trump, and see the tape says. And get ready for more leftist content with my next guest, who is playing a dangerous game with leftist agitators in Chicago. Starting to challenge these clowns before revealing to them that it's in fact pro-Israel.
Behind what? Down one little bit.
Before you get yourself hurt again, joining me now from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago is journalist and documentary filmmaker Arnie Holland. Arnie, you've already been assaulted by anti-Israeli activists this year when you have the temerity to turn up with an American flag. Tell me about what is happening in the streets of Chicago right now.
That guy was an idiot. Right? I saw an opportunity. I'll tell you, I went down a little backward on that. But it's very, it's not hyperbole. Us being wards up their action, wards the action are. Walk around. I even basically pro-Hamas. That one guy had a sign that said, we should call it Hamas, not Israel. And I asked him, is destruction of the state? They emphatically said yes. So when I saw the guy running this rally, the main pro-Hamas rally, the DNC, in front of the Israeli consulate, and he was chanting, kill the cops. He was chanting, destroy Israel. And of course, he was also chanting how much he hated Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Right? Make no mistake about it. Coming up to where she was, her elevation, maybe kind of proof that she looked for Joe Biden has created no love of those who drive. Make no mistake about it. They hate her still. They are still not political. Her, and look, she said very clear, I'm the last, right? And that. So when she said, suck up to them. And even the Dearborn, Michigan mayor, secretly, by the way, so nobody knew about it, when Waltz has talked about how a mom in his area who was a covert civic enthusiast, he spoke of it 5 times publicly, called him a master class teacher. This stuff has actually not moved the deal to these people. They are animals out there attacking the police. And by the way, I gotta say, I gotta keep it honest with the Chicago Police Department. They are not taking crap. They are pushing these guys back. They are not, unlike the police in Akron during Waltz, we gave them room to breathe. The Chicago police have got this stuff locked down. I gotta say, I was very impressed by it. I went to all the rides across the country. They did a great job. So, yeah, no, there's chaos in the street, but they're not going for Kamala Harris.
Well, I mean, true about that. They're certainly not going to vote for Donald Trump because this is parties around as they come. So, in the end, and this is the argument the Democrats are making to them, is that what else are we going to do? If you don't vote for us, that's effectively a vote for Donald Trump. If you stay away and don't vote that day. I wonder whether that would make Joe Biden having sympathy for these protesters.
Hey! Spinning something in the Cosby.
acquisition of this property?
Mr. Chair, she was informed, and the Chief of Staff was informed in June 2024.
I'm going to push back on some of the narrative that has been circulated among Canadians. Your department is quoted as follows: considering the high renovation costs for current residents and value of the property, CAC has recommended a relocation to a new, smaller, more suitable, and more economical apartment. In addition, representing a savings opportunity of more than $2 million, it will also reduce ongoing maintenance costs, property taxes, support future program needs, and meet representational requirements. Now, at first blush, this may give the impression to Canadians that you're actually downsizing. And when Canadians think of the term downsizing, they think of perhaps raising a family, having an empty nest, and moving from a 4 to 5 bedroom home to a small 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom condo. But that's the furthest from the truth in relation to the acquisition of this property on Billionaires Row. In fact, the old property on Park Avenue was roughly 3,800 square feet, and you downsized, wait for it, to a whopping 3,600 square feet. The actual rooms have actually increased. The old property had 12 rooms. The new property has 14 rooms. So you're not giving the Canadians the full truth here. You're not being honest with them in terms of the actual blueprint. Now, I also want to talk about the operating costs. You keep talking about these savings. We're saving Canadians upwards to $115,000 per year. I've got the listings from both of these properties from a website called Street Easy. The old monthly maintenance costs, this is the common fees, this would be the taxes, is $13,147 US per month. The new property is not a savings at all. Taxes and common charges are actually $15,213. So $2,000 US per month more for this new property that's supposed to be saving Canadians value. You're misrepresenting the facts. You're not telling the truth to Canadians. So I want you to be aware of this, and I want you to comment on it, because you talk in broad strokes about these savings. When you dig down into this, there's no savings at all. Now let's talk about the utility costs. What typically are the utility costs on Park Avenue versus utility costs on 57th Street? Is there a savings?
Mr. Chair, welcome the question to clarify the cost. I'll open to my colleague to develop
I didn't need that, sir. That's a waste of time. If anyone knows the answer, please, Mr. Duval, answer the question.
I don't have the cost of the utilities at the new place. We have not occupied it yet. So, but I have the total amount that is forecasted to spend on the ongoing basis per month.
And is that a savings over Park Avenue, or is it the same, or is it more?
It's a savings.
Savings.
Yes.
You'll table for us? You'll table the monthly utility costs for Park Avenue and the monthly utility costs for West 57. Okay? Now, what else about the
Sorry,
project?
Mr. Proctor, it's our time. Mr. Chairman, go ahead, sir.
The success of Ukraine's offensive at first has surprised a lot of people, including a lot of analysts who thought Ukraine was out of the fight. But there's a lot of reasons for the success. Excellent planning by the Ukrainian General Staff, the fighting men and women of the Ukrainian Armed Forces who stepped up and took the fight to the Russians in a big way. But you guys can't forget to give yourselves some of the credit. We're going to take a look at the donations that you guys raised for the 22nd Mech
what that's done for the guys on the front line. And, I value transparency here, so I'm happy to tell what has already been brought to the battle lines in Kursk. Alright, let's get in here. So, again, I like to do these updates because I put a lot of value on transparency, and Ukraine Aid Ops has been awesome to partner with. They are a 501c3 that we've been working with that raise money for non-lethal aid for Ukrainian military units fighting conflict, right? And you don't know the story that a couple of weeks ago, I got a pretty cryptic text from them that just said, fundraiser for the 22nd is open. And usually they tell me who the unit is, what they're looking for, what they're doing in their particular section of the front. So I thought it was kind of unusual to see them say, to give me so little information. Well, about a week later, we found out why, and it's because the 22nd Mechanized Brigade was leading the charge into Kursk. And so, you guys stepped up in a huge way. Here is the fundraiser. Originally, their target goal was 50K, and you guys blew that out of the water. And then, even more creators joined on, Ukraine Matters, Warthog Defense, and they expanded the fundraiser essentially because the drone battalion of the 22nd Mechanized got everything they needed. And there's more units in Kursk that need your support. So, they are out here. You guys raised just an absolutely eye-popping amount of money. I mean, this is like an incredible amount. And I'm going to throw a link in the description. Obviously, it's still open. Fighting's still happening. So, as you can see, these guys are raising FPV drones, right? The initial fundraiser was 40, trying to get 20 seconds of FPV drones, a Mavic, EcoFlows, generators, Starlinks, drone jammers, and repeaters. All of them are sort of essential, the fundamentals of making all of this work. So, a huge thank you to everybody that's donated, but let's see what they've gifted so far. So here's kind of their the pinned request from these guys. Let's pop it open here.
Бійці 22-ї окремої механізованої бригади для виконання бойового завдання та знищення нашого ворога потребуємо матрицю з 30Т, екофлошки, FPV-дрони, транслятори та інше обладнання. Будемо нищити їх і гнати до самого Ростова. Слава Україні!
Слава! Oh, nice. Okay, here. I actually can't show combat footage here. You guys know the rules. You guys know that when it comes to combat footage, I'm stuck having to show that only on combatvetnews.com, my Patreon version of the site. That's also basically the support that I get. You guys know I put a huge value on the fact that I'm totally independent. I don't have to do what sponsors tell me. I don't have to say, most importantly, I don't have to say what a larger media company tells me. I don't have to say what a contractor or government tells me to do. That's because I have you guys, and I have Combat Vet News. The reason it's not Patreon is because I don't want to be beholden to Patreon. They put me off. So they were like, covering too much war content. I'm like, hey guys, boy, let me tell you about reality. So I depend on you guys, though, for the support. So if you want to check it out, members-only content, specialist tier, lieutenant tier, colonel tier, they're all going to get you twice weekly, members-only, uncensored combat footage, as recent we can get from the front lines. Also, we can Q&A, shout-outs, etc. I'm going to throw a link to that in the description as well. A huge thank you to, of course, all you guys that have helped us out. Of course. Okay, here's from the 17th, so just 4 days ago. You can see these guys, UAL has got a ton, an absolutely wild amount. Rima and Yuri out there, just insane volumes here. Right, now they can't even disclose, due to OPSEC, all the brigades that are fighting, but you can see here that it just, based on the number of drones, that this is a huge shipment to these guys. And of course, already they've moved 150K worth of equipment, with even more here. So again, there's a shout out to Ukraine Matters, Warthog Defense, and Combat Vet Reacts. So let's take a look here at what they've got and see if we can infer what they've got. Oh, that's just quality.
So everything you see right now around me, like behind me, everything is going to be direction. This is not everything yet. There will be more to follow our delivery.
Okay, one, I want to point out that is an absolute boatload of FPVs. And we know that about 3 and 4 FPVs in this conflict get hit by jammers. That's allegedly, I have no evidence for this. Allegedly, Ukraine has new circuit boards they can install on these FPVs that make them do frequency hopping, that make them way harder for Russia to jam. So again, you may see, but you can know every stack of 4, you know statistically, one of them is going to find its home. But even remember, even if an FPV gets jammed, we've seen enough combat footage to know that when soldiers hear that buzzing noise, they get to cover. And that could be enough to thwart an attack. It could be enough to get a vehicle to flee to cover. So sometimes it's like suppressive fire. It's like saying, oh, when you fire a magazine, maybe only one bullet will hit the guy. You go, listen, suppression is itself achieving an objective.
And follow our delivery.
That is a ton of stuff. I love all the lithium-ion batteries, like, Jesus Christ, that's so much stuff. I mean, this is a tremendously huge warehouse. You know, it's something that's worth pointing out is that, you know, sometimes we see the dramatic, like, the end state of some of this gear, but we forget that just like in Afghanistan, right, you know, you have these, it just to go on a patrol, right? You sit there and go, wow, that's the cool job, but it's like, it literally, you don't have mechanics keeping the vehicles running in tip-top shape. You have people ordering the parts and get them to you. All of those things have to work together to make an operation happen. Even the cooks, right? You know, if you have a cook that can't safely prepare food and everybody gets sick, guess what? You're combat ineffective. So it's one of those things, or if you don't have food, you don't eat, and then you're combat ineffective. So, again, the undramatic dude loading the van up with stuff, one, this is still assuming some risk. FYI, I can tell you, I've been pulling security on logistic convoys. It's got real risk. Oh my god, that's so many drones.
26, 14th of August, and transfers items sent from Kiev warehouse to we thank very much that the 120th Battalion for the comfort bringing all this stuff before we then delivered. Have a look how much stuff we got here.
Guys, if this doesn't bring a smile to your face, I don't know, man. That is a lot of drones. I mean, imagine being a drone unit on Earth. Like,
so we're unloading this for now, and then we are driving in this direction. And this is not all. I'm still expecting a lot of stuff to be shot by Russia.
this is wild shit, dudes. This is absolutely unreal stuff. Again, as they point out, again, and I appreciate this. And I've told them this, like, the fact that they put this stuff out and are like, here's proof that your donations, here's where they're going and who they're going to, right? They're like, okay, undisclosed unit, I get it, dude. It's a top secret operation. 2 Mavic Pros, extra batteries, 15-inch FPVs, 10-inch FPVs, 2 Eco Censor the background because obviously, right? Another recon unit getting even more swag. Is photoshopping the Arnold, right? Again, I mean the scale of some of this, and there's these guys out here doing work. Okay, that is a sick Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov level setup here. Just I'll point that out. Is that? Oh, that's the gas monitoring station in Stuja. Let's see, this is 17 August. So there's your answer, man. All right, so clearly this is getting out there and really doing some work. So literally, these FPV drones, you can say,
in all likelihood, contributed to liberating the gas station at Suja. All right, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Again, more units in Kursk, getting swag, and time lapse. Again, they're doing the right thing here. The reason is, man, if you just, we've seen the OSINT, the way kind of OSINT works now, is that people, oh, I can't put that on. The point is, YouTube, man, always follows the YouTube. But, yeah, in OSINT nowadays, it's so easy to just, you see a building, you see a sign of a gas station, and you can sit there and go, I know where that's taking place. And then some Russian analyst goes, hey, here's the intersection. We think they're using this as their drop-off or their exchange point. And we say, hey, let's put an artillery round, put a HIMARS onto this. So it's just, it's just best to just not take any chances. And here's more.
The as you can see, is absolutely massive. We have 20-inch FPV drones. We have 1-inch 5 drones, I believe. We have 2 Matrices 30T. We have 2 very powerful jammers. We have 2 big FFOs, 2 small FFOs, 2 generators, 2 Starlinks, Rangers, and the anti-drone gun.
Guys, this is sick. This is absolutely wild stuff. These are huge aid packages.
We would like to extend biggest thanks to YouTube channels, Ukraine Matters, World of Defense, and the Combat Veteran Reacts. Thank you so much for your continued support of our fundraisers, and especially of this fundraiser. Without you, it would have not been this massive. And thank you to all the donors who made this package possible and all the other packages too.
Ми бійці 22-ї мобілізованої бригади висловлюємо подяку за надану допомогу. Благодійному фонду «Український досвід» та особисто Ремі. Дякуємо за надану допомогу. Вона допоможе нам виконувати бойові завдання у Курській області. Слава Україні!
Yeah, absolutely sick, guys. Just a true pleasure to. You can see that even they are shocked. Just at the fact that they're like, I don't want to say, people give a shit. You know, I mean, remember, it's been. Here's what I want to point out. And I think I'm gonna leave you guys with. You should follow them on Twitter to get all the updates. What I would leave you with is this: is that, you know, what I've seen the most is that attention spans have never been shorter. It just feels like there's just absolutely, the news cycle just cycles through a story from one thing to the other. I mean, when's the last time you heard anybody talk about, you know, the president almost getting assassinated? Remember that thing that happened like 2 weeks ago? You know, or like 3 weeks ago? I mean, totally just memory holding. And that's just how the modern news cycle is. So the fact that we're at year 3 of this war, and you guys are like still showing up,
Which was totally amazing.
is, to me,
Yeah, I like the story.
the sickest thing. It's so
It's kind of like a true ending because
obviously guys are still fighting.
it's all the hardest raids.
Drop it in there. You know, the link is in the description. Obviously, more stuff, more drones coming at you. And thank you guys so much for everything. A big shout out to the Colonel tier members at CombatNews.com, especially Bill Collier, Robert Colburn, Guys Marnie, and President Explosive, Transgarius, AL90, as well as all Lieutenant tier folks. Be sure to hit subscribe. Follow the YouTube algorithm, and I'm one of the good creators, not some AI spam channel. And other than that, I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers.
In an unexpected, shocking turn of events, on
Just short your toes. Just show. Just show. Mm.
chaos, disorder in our streets. And after 9 years, life has just become unlivable in cities across this country. Today's announcements are more of the same. We've heard the same housing promises time and time again. In 2015, in 2017, in 2022, and 2023. Just the same promises, and yet housing costs have doubled. We've heard the government reverse its own policies on temporary foreign workers. At a time where unemployment was 6%, they didn't need to do this, and today they've walked back the disastrous policies of Sean Fraser, who at the time was immigration minister, who broke our immigration system and is now responsible for fixing housing. Canadians don't buy it anymore, and they are struggling more than ever.
Here, here.
I'll take some questions.
What do you think of how the government handled the rail strike? Was it appropriate to involve the court?
Look, under this government, labor strife has never been higher. It's cost the Canadian economy, since the Prime Minister has been in office, $10 billion. Labor strife in this country has never been worse, except previously under his fog. This government's inflationary spending, high interest rates, out of control spending has resulted in Canadian workers taking less home and unable to afford gas, groceries, and home heating. And we understand that they need higher wages. That said, look, this is a prime minister who hasn't been able to bring forward a deal, and we're going to watch this closely. We also believe that the best deals are made at Parliament.
What do you?
Cabinet shuffle and some sort of changes to see changes in the polls. Do you think that would make a difference?
Look, I think the only cabinet shuffle that needs to happen is that this prime minister needs to go. He can call a carbon tax election today and give Canadians the choice between lower taxes, taxing the carbon tax, building more homes, fixing crime, stopping crime, and fixing the budget. That's what Conservatives will offer, and we'll go to an election today.
What do you think about the Chinese announcement today? Was it what you were expecting?
Well, the Prime Minister has followed what Leader Pierre Poilievre has said a number of weeks ago. He certainly hasn't gone as far without any comments or any commitment to semiconductors or any of the components. We want to see the best deal for Canadians, and we don't want to see our markets flooded with EVs. These subsidizing Chinese-built EVs instead of putting more money into the pockets of Canadian workers in Canadian industry. That is not something we stand for, and we said that 2 weeks ago. He has finally followed. But again, this is another cabinet country where there is absolutely nothing here, and Canadians will still have trouble affording home, food, gas, groceries, the whole lot, even after this cabinet retreat is done. Well, we're meeting with Canadians right across the country, as we have been all over this summer. I'm here with my colleague Steve Ellis from Nova Scotia, and we've got some meetings set up for later today. We're not. Well, we've got a number of meetings set up. I'm going over to your neck of the woods, or just by there later today to meet with other colleagues and other stakeholders.
If it were a conservative government, how would you handle potential retaliatory action from China?
Look, our job is to make sure that Canadian workers have the best deal, and that they take more of their paychecks home, and that they can afford gas, groceries, and a home in a safe neighborhood. That was the Canadian promise. Everything that the government has done over the last 5 years has broken that deal. So we're going to make sure that we look after the core, and the core needs to be that promise needs to be kept for workers. Next.
different issue. We've spoken about the attacks against you personally, Elon Musk, from some very prominent voices in the UK who want you both arrested. Some are calling you to be jailed. Our own BBC here in Australia is also a lover of censorship.
Workouts were fueled by savings. What if your team ingredient wasn't your deal?
We buried people. We honored people. They're Arlington. And the press doesn't even cover them. Because they're fake, they're loose, and they should be ashamed of themselves. Hey Jim, ice cream. Little powder ice cream. For breakfast. Now, there's lunch and dinner every day at McDonald's. That's storefront, 5 o'clock. Oh, man. Get that too late, we'll sell out of Chuck and Chip. Oh,
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from reporting another day, another Kamala humiliation. Last night, watching Kill Tony, they made fun of her pretty ruthlessly. We're going to take a look at that. A new ad, which is airing in battleground states, absolutely humiliates her. And Donald Trump absolutely roasting an NBC News reporter in front of a live audience. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that election season brings. This is the kind of stuff that I cover here on the channel, along with pop culture, technology news, censorship news. So if you're enjoying my coverage, please do leave a like on the video. And make sure you check out my live stream at 1 Eastern, either over on Quartercast on YouTube or on my Rumble page. We're averaging about 8,000 viewers for our morning show, or our 1 Eastern show now, so that's coming along really nicely. Before we get into this, do you ever get stressed because your monthly income just doesn't seem to cover the bills anymore? Well, you're not alone. Most Americans feel this way every day. Everything's still ridiculously expensive, and we're reaching for more and more from credit cards. cover basics for childcare, insurance, power, and food. It's tough. If you're feeling this way, help my friends over at American Financing. They're helping thousands of Americans just like you tap into their own equity to pay off their high interest debt and even create some additional savings to be ready for whatever life throws your way. With interest rates dropping, a company like American Financing that never charges any upfront or hidden fees is the perfect partner to help you get in a better financial position. Their salary-based mortgage consultants hire saving homeowners over $800 a month on average. If you got options, call today. You may get paid to 888-879-6460. That's 888-879-6460. AmericanFinancing.net/order. Also, subscription. Let's get right into Trump roasting the NBC reporter in front of a live audience. One of my all-time favorite things. Colin is good at.
Afghanistan today. Have you done that story? You know, the rest of talking about Afghanistan. How embarrassing all this thing. If you've done the story today, it's very adverse to Afghanistan. No. Take that line. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
That's that. Very people, honest people, they are, and the person who you become, because that makes you I want to thank everybody very much.
But you will see it on the border wherever you're watching. Hopefully you follow. Obviously, more again, let me be very clear. The natural momentum, the Kamala phenomenon may be over, but there's a kind of anger using Donald Trump in his Russian president. And that is 12 years of towards that back. So I think it would be foolish for anybody who supports Donald Trump to think that anything is in the bag. Act like 10 points behind at all times. Maybe exhale on November 6th or 7th at this point. But it is good to see at least some people are reporting this Kamala Harris gets 0 boost from Democratic National Convention. Well, that's because everybody that talked was talking at freaking 10 o'clock or later. Kamala Harris leads Donald Trump by 4 points. According to the New Morning Consult poll, okay, so they pick one poll, it shows the Democratic nominee leads the Republican 48-44. This is the same margin as before Harris gave her primetime address. That's what I'm talking about. Like, there is some baked-in anti-Trumpers. And obviously there are baked-in no matter who. That you just, that you're talking about 35-40% of the vote that Trump was just never going to get, ever. And that's the reality of it. But he's got to fight and tooth and nail. But now you get perhaps one of the most hilarious flip-flops yet. Kamala Harris now promising a border wall. This is from a random aide, once again telling people what Kamala supposedly believes. Why can't she do this herself? Kamala wants to be the president of the United States, but will not get in front of a camera. Well, it's because you see this, holy smokes, they think we're brain dead. It's like the president, Kamala Harris, pledged to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a wall along the southern border, a plan that she once opposed and called un-American during the Trump administration. Colin Rugg, Justin after telling people for years that walls are a bad idea, didn't work. Kamala Harris has also guided her goals in electing Trump. According to Axios, Harris is pledging to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a southern border wall, something she once called un-American, developing further proves further that Harris doesn't actually believe in anything. The Trump campaign is also referred to as a chameleon because she morphs into whatever someone wants her to be. Here's Harris cackling up at the idea of building the wall.
This issue, because I was a prosecutor for many years
organizations, including the Attorney General of California. I specialize in transnational criminal organizations. Yeah. That's all I can stop there. No.
Yeah, that's why prisons don't work, right? Oops. And this is all playing very bad for her. You know, Kamala Harris now says she wants a wall on our southern border if elected. Unfortunately, her we have again, companies can bring this stuff up in the debates. She mentioned here already, good thing she's not answering any questions for the rest of our lives. I mean, yeah. This, on top of Joe Biden is visibly shaky, struggling to get into an SUV. Secret Service allegedly shielded him from cameras before pushing him in the car. What are we doing here? Why are we ignoring the fact that we are a nation without a leader? Our enemies are watching. This is as Joe Biden disembarked Air Force One to report. It's first reported by Wilmington, by the way. In the early morning, Tuesday morning, in California last week, he was visibly It was close to 5:30 a.m. East Coast time. The president had been away for almost 24 hours. Walking slowly down the plane stairs, he struggled to step into an SUV, waiting to take him to 8,000-acre Santa Barbara Ranch, where he and his family have just enjoyed a weeks-long vacation. One of his Secret Service agents moved to shield him from watching cameras before giving him a helpful boost in the car. Once on the tarmac, First Lady Jill Biden watched, visibly concerned for her husband, who dropped out of the election race at least a month ago, had just ended an exhausting journey for the Democratic nominee to blame the president. I mean, here we have Kamala Harris. Now, this is perhaps the most dangerous thing, right? You have Hollywood, like Quentin Tarantino telling Kamala Harris to continue dodging interviews until election. Don't mess things up. It's about winning, they say. Well, yeah, she's in full-blown hiding. Kamala Harris' campaign demands a seated debate. Why do they demand a seated debate? A lot of people ask, because Donald Trump is nearly a foot taller than her, and that, historically, I know it's not policy, but that has swayed voters. I'm sure that he will never show them side by side. She also wants notes for the event, which is absolutely humiliating. Then we have this Jen Psaki. Here's an interesting part of Jen Psaki, to Tony roasting her. This is her visibly shaken, visibly upset after Don Lemon, international news reader, Don Lemon revealed to her that most voters he spoke don't even know who she is. Well, I should say Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, there's a bit more liberal, and the answers to the questions about her and him were quite different. But for the most part, in Pittsburgh or at the Jersey Shore, in Atlantic City, in Ohio especially, many people did not know who she was.
You know why? Because she's hiding from the press. Kamala Harris is continuing to hide from the press so that people don't know. The Democrats' political strategy is want to go to the voting booth, have no idea who she is, and just know that she's not Trump. Who's good enough for 81 votes in 2020. The big question now is how will they, make sure they get more votes this time. I don't know. I don't know how Kamala Harris is inspiring anybody to vote. I think my prediction means that 8,000 is won't be because he gets anyone. I mean, yes, the RV endorsement is momentum, and that one is tricky to win. But, trotting out Tulsi Gabbard is going to be like, won't help as much as the fact that Kamala Harris does not vote Democratic left, does not vote Muslim voters in Michigan, which she needs. And in general, I don't think she motivates not everything to happen to Joe. You're asking Joe. Doesn't really care. She doesn't care. People don't know who she even is. Here you see Kamala Harris is still pushing the Democratic convention. I mean, yeah. The email itself, I think, is able to pop roughly 45% chance. Is that powerful? That website is Cummings here who's a raging feminist. Now again, language
here, kind of skip around and find that camp. I do think it's pretty fun.
If you can villains, you know that she or does. Got a lot with it. Yeah. You know, it's not with that. Harris, I can see if you had this better. That's the fun.
I mean, even
Yes, you do.
that joke.
She goes the black.
I mean, yeah, this is in Texas, but a lot of people watch that show that are apolitical and make fun of her, which is rare. And then running locally, I just saw it this morning, a genius Trump ad where Kamala debates herself.
Everyday prices are too high.
Yeah. I mean, they just literally put her dating herself, extremely effective 30-second ad that's running, it's absolutely savage, running everywhere. She's got a nice little sit down. I am not, again, allegedly, she's going to do a sit down session before the end of the month. So she has not spoken to the press in over a month at this point, and that's by Friday. She has to do a sit down interview. Like, she really knows that he does the script. So they're asking the question, won't ask any tough questions. They won't touch on anything. Comes out, but as I've always said, 95% of people find it. It's about turnout. That is how Donald Trump will win the election. Maximizing turnout, keeping the energy base high, and Kamala can sit there and act Trump all she wants. People won't even know. People will show up, mark my word, on election day and be like, where's the and probably just walk right out. It'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. If you did, make sure to leave a like on it. If you haven't yet, please subscribe to down below. Talk to you again real soon.
For example, the kind of information that's conversationally available to the problem, the phenomena, I'd still call it that.
Being compromised, and then under control, but you also gotta have.
We saw the astonishing appearance of Peter Thiel on Joe Rogan. Peter Thiel is a kind of somewhat more elusive and clandestine tech millionaire, rumored to be an investor in the very platform that we stream on Rumble. So it's pretty astonishing to see him appear on Joe Rogan and excited that he can discuss Jeffrey Epstein. Because Jeffrey Epstein, one sense his skill, is the kind of Freudian knot of information about the powerful. If that is ever severed or untangled, what will spill out from it will be some pretty interesting names. Let's have a look at Big Deal Joe Rogan.
That are deeply embedded in this system of knowing things about people and using those very that's an age-old strategy in politics. That was J. Edgar Hoover's entire modus operandi. Yeah, but my grip on it was always that it was it's different from the J. Edgar Hoover thing. And the question was always whether the people doing it knew they were getting compromised. And so it's the line. It's not that somehow compromise was more joining this platform.
Yeah, it's amen. I've got the maybe that's index. No, notes. If we have compromise on you, you gotta have correct. That's why, that's why these talking about it. It's like it's 80% of the Cardinals that have returned again. Not sure if that's true, but directionally, it's probably correct. And the basic thesis is you don't get promoted to the Cardinal if you're straight, because you need to have this either compromise, then you're under control. You also get to have resistance. It really makes sense the way you do that, especially with all these politicians who are essentially like bad actors. They just want power. People want control. A lot of them. And, those kind of guys want marketing. That has been the two types of leaders to the presidents. You got Pussy Hounds more.
Nice. Pussy Hounds more monkeys. And even more than the individuals involved in gaining power is the game itself, which requires compromised individuals in order to continue to operate. Most of us have sort of create internet interest in conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories used to have been I used to have leaflets about Big Russia, Illuminati, and reptilians. So, in fact, in my surprise, they're accused of being a member of these kind of organisations. When I was a 16-year-old kid dropping acid in Essex, we talked about how, the Mossad and MK Ultras and the various ways that powerful people put into control, whether it's powerful, according to Peter Thiel, the powerful, according to Jeffrey Epstein's little black book. That's why it's interesting to see what member of the new elite, Peter Thiel, a successful tech billionaire and investor in numerous platforms, including the one that I dream of, expressed such an understanding. I think this is regarded as either esoteric or absolutely ridiculous. But now these days, with the emergence of the Jeffrey Epstein case and the aspects of it which is fully indefensible, we've seen the list yet, baby. Isn't it extraordinary how many people have been on those islands, that have been around that boat, just continue to garner interest and learn about Jeffrey Epstein, how he died. It's just so odd. No one dies in the prison cell. That's a convenient suicide. So many convenient suicides these days. We understand, don't we, intuitively how conscience and becoming more and more commonly understood. Another example of the kind of information that's conversationally available because of the phenomenon, I'd still call it that, on Joe Rogan. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments and the chat. We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support from our partners. Listen, you know that we are partners with Rumble, and Rumble have got into the coffee game. Now, if you knew that your coffee had been taken with pesticides and chemicals, sitting in bags for months, sitting in an old bowl by here for months, probably with traces of mold, would you drink it? The answer is of course you wouldn't. Even Jim Biden would drink a bag so contaminated. Most of the coffee we consume is stale, flavourless, full of harmful substances that have a negative effect on our health. Rumble 1775 coffee, on the other hand, is free from harmful substances and chemicals, while it's also rich in flavour. Meats by altitude farms and delivered roasted in Miami, delivered fresh to your doorstep. As for the freedom by 1775 coffee helps you fight back against other coffee makers who don't care about this stuff. Join the coffee revolution and brew rebellion with Rumble 1775 coffee. It's dark, it's delicious, but there are a variety of blends available. All you got to do is go to 1775coffee.com/brand. Use the code BRAND right now to get your 15% off. Click that, there's stuff available whether in the Wake and Wonder chat or in the Rumble chat. It's pretty bloody good coffee. I'll tell you that right now. And I say that as an Englishman, but the date 1775 is a very painful thing to reflect on. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content with free speech and fun, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of the growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you will be informed every time we make a new content. Stay tuned.
from Wild Vantage. Mr. President, last week, President Biden gave what many consider his farewell address. Americans are eager to say farewell in many ways to good riddance to Joe Biden's policies that he has brought along with the Democrats upon our country. It's been a record of ruin.
All of you who have sent us it's surreal seeing our local organization.
Yeah, it makes us really excited because, like, I guess when we started YouTube, one of the things that we would really anticipate was that we would go really scale past. And it's so exciting to see people out in the wild, see this pictures. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. So thank you everybody who has been purchased, and for those of you that can't, thank you for just being here, giving it a like, giving it a watch, giving it a share. That's how a community grows. So thank you for contributing. Okay, so I think we're ready to go. So as you saw our live stream video about Mr. Clark, or lack thereof, he has ditched committee today, but the Conservatives aren't really going to let that fly because they said that they would summon him back if they had to. And Connie and I were talking about this. Ministers, thou cannot summon. Councillor Generals, thou can.
Yes, you can, yeah. Now, before we continue, I did forget one thing this evening with the committee live stream is that unfortunately we won't be able to address general questions in the chat. But you can save those questions for Sunday when we'll be doing our weekly Sunday live stream, and we have to answer them then. Also, Jester is here in the chat, and he loves talking politics, so if you have something to announce on, just make sure to chat.
And we've had this questions before about, why we do this. It's actually to reduce the length of the live streams.
Because, as you know, some of them can go like 5+ hours.
So we actually we super chat, call it the barrier in place to cut down on the amount of questions that we can field, and that significantly reduces the length of the live stream because not all of us want to be here for 5 or 6 hours. But it is a lot of fun. It's late and topics early. So hopefully that gives everybody context. And Irma Oksana would pay $10 super chat. Thank you very, very much for that. If you wanted to say something or with that, please tag Jester. And so Sean with a $14 super chat. In the blue corner, Larry. In the blue corner, Larry the Destroyer of Liberals brought in the red corner, that guy who stole $9 million from Canadians. Star Trek fan in that match. Apparently there's more than these.
I guess that is weird. It's pretty.
There you go.
Alright.
Now I need to make it. Dawes 1997 out for 2 months. Keep the likes up, guys. Also, thanks for everything you do. It's good to see people wanting to show the truth of what's going on behind the doors. Absolutely. Regardless of party and regardless of what that truth is. The thing about truth is sometimes it's really hard to hear because sometimes it conflicts with what you want to be true. And that's what we say. We have to start opening up the pockets of the Conservatives if and when that happens after they take up. It's going to be difficult. We're not going to like it, but we're going to do it.
Like I said, this is break my heart, but it needs to be done. Because that's how we hold our government officials to the people. If we just ignore them and be like, well, I like that guy, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Like, they get away with stuff, and then Canadians suffer as a result. That's not okay.
Brian and Tanya, Canada loves you.
Thank you very much.
Humble Tracker is kind of playing a trip to Ontario. Maybe we can come, I'll buy dinner, and we can come on the area. Sadly, place has changed with the rain, but still. Sure, let us know when you're coming, Humble Tracker. That would be great.
Yep, send us an email.
There you go.
Well, speaking of emails, we did some stuff on the back end. I don't really know what, because I'm not very technical. Nothing's changed for you guys, but hopefully, our team will not get caught.
There's stuff that out there. Maybe, I'm not sure the best way for me to go about this, but there's still people that haven't gotten back to me. I want you to give your NP here, but I cannot, because I need a physical address and can't ship the PO box. So, check your spam filters, check your junk, and there's one person, I believe his name is Mitch. Hopefully, you're on the line from your one. Check your email. We actually made all email changes specifically for this purpose. So, there we are. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is shit. It's a nice plan together.
Soccer just depends on the
Yeah.
video. It's usually the sound though. It's usually
So, 100,000 subs part. We're trying to do something neat for this. We have a couple things in mind. Yeah, obviously. And getting with funding to release the Blockinator time to chew on those guys on phones. Yeah, so who we're going to be hearing from today is the company that the government, Global Affairs Canada, actually appointed the appraisal of said building, and the real estate firm by the sound of it that actually assists them with the transactions. So that will be what we see. Andy Young with a $10 super chat. I'm a 7-month member. Thank you both for your channel, love, and fun. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. Okay, and we're short about 500 likes. Let's get that up, everybody. Without further ado, let's get into the mighty logo deal. The committee that matters. And sometimes because the committee so nice they named it twice.
Welcome to meeting number 136, House of Commons Senate Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, commonly known as the Mighty Ogo. Before we start, colleagues, I'd like to read you just a quick note that we received from this morning from Global Affairs. Says, good morning, Mr. Clark's staff has confirmed that he will be pleased to make himself available to appear before the committee September 4th or September 12th. If these dates could work, where we'll work with them. If not, we can find another date after the president's leave, September 3rd. So, colleagues, if it's okay, the deadline here, I'll seek UC to leave with myself and Clark to either work on September 12th for his appearance or the later regular date. Perfect. Still we have consent. Thanks everyone for that.
So, just a procedural thing. What Colin just did, he said on proceed to this. UC is unanimous consent. So, if the committee gives unanimous consent, then there's not really any need for a vote. There's no need for a motion. It's just something procedural that they can do in order to move something along. And it's usually something very trivial, but sometimes there are people that say no just to be a pain in the rear. So in this case, I think the Liberals know that they can't really stop from coming. So they'll say fine and let the colleague schedule it. So that's what UC is. Unanimous consent. You refer to it at the end. So just something procedure for everybody to know. But you'll hear the term or the acronym UC very often in any committee or in Parliament, because sometimes they ask people or ask for unanimous consent in Parliament to table documents.
or to
answered, like pretty old ones.
Right. Anyway, off we go. We want to this, that, and this. Once now that I'm reading at least, I would definitely add a black map version of the logos of my truck. Go. Okay.
Please look at the forger or items.
Reviewed in this minute. The only time technical there's some. It sounds like such a reasonable spec somebody. I'm an expert who trust what I say. My credentials are impeccable. Please don't challenge me. That's kind of what I get.
Well, I think it's very challenging, but it's also fair to expect that he's going to be the truth. He has to present his life. It's not really based on ways to treat ourselves, but it's on part of the manner. I mean, this guy's just here to testify. But he's like an expert witness, right? In court of law, like it's an expert witness, and they come in and they tell you what they know.
Well, and it's in his best interest to get out of this engagement with minimal scarring, I would say, because it can affect his relationships and sex. So, higher profile committee, and if you're caught lying or if you're caught doing some shady things, that can demonstrate. So, he
housing market is supposed to be expand the market and it's Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. We'll now go to Mr. Elliman. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Over to you for 5 minutes. Or sorry, Mr. Pego. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Of course, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of Parliament. Experience. My name is Thomas Olden. I'm a real estate agent representing the U.S.-based real estate firm formed in 1917. Along with my team, the Eric Paulson Harris team, I supported first clients and real estate transactions in New York and Boston. It's our job to source and dispose of real properties that clients criteria. In this role, we provide expert guidance, market analysis, as well as marketing, purchasing, and sales analysis. We frequently participate in solicitations and RFPs. In April of 2024, we were awarded a contract to start work to support Global Affairs Canada's initiative to secure a new official resident in New York for the Government of Canada. As you may be aware, New York City is one of the most dynamic and highest value real estate markets in the world. Midtown, the central part of Manhattan, is considered the business and diplomatic center of New York City, exemplified by an above-average concentration of international residents and organizations, and anchored by UN headquarters on the East River. Midtown receives heavy investment from foreign governments. The traffic and logistics of the metropolis necessitates that organizations seeking active participation in trade must be located underneath the area. To mention a few, recent transactions include the British government investing $60 million, the French investing $14 million, Qatari investing $45 million, while the governments of New Zealand and Denmark both invested between $8 and $10 million. And I'll supply all these numbers in Canadian dollars as well as again. Far on, there is no 20 that doesn't have meaningful real property investment for public representation in Midtown within 15 minutes of Seaway. The 57th Street corridor in Midtown that we talk about a fair bit at these hearings is colloquially referred to as Billionaire's Row, as the area is home to rarefied residences within Central Park, super tall skyscrapers built within the last decade. These include penthouses with selling prices commanding warrants well over $100 million. Of course, like all of New York City, the 57th Street area is also a diverse real estate ecosystem. The neighborhood includes studio apartments that sell for under $1 million. The average price per square foot in this area, which is a common measure of value in New York real estate, is $1,749 per square foot.
How nice that you can get a studio apartment for under $1 million.
Isn't it common that, like, if you're renovating in the States, it's around $100 per square foot, or you just have numbers?
It all depends. It really does. It depends on the jurisdiction you're in and all of that. So, like if you're in a more rural setting, the cost per square foot significantly goes down. If you're in downtown New York, it's
No, but I just mean like for your average home, like I get it here very based on your city or your role or where you live in the country, but I thought we had like discussed once.
Well, it's something that I actually knew the answer to like 6 months ago, but it has gone over
It's a state.
I go to do it once, and then that was it.
Alright, well, can we say that $1,000 a square foot or whatever?
It's excessive.
Yeah, it is excessive.
Yeah, it's also excessive. Look behind this guy. So that's a nice house.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Or wherever he is. See, like, it's good work on the ceiling. Like,
you see where the kitchen starts on the left there, and the wide doors, and the heart of the fireplace. And I'm not,
it looks like marble with the fireplace. Do you see it?
Yeah, I'm not criticizing it. I'm just saying.
Like, that's nice stuff. It's not very neutral.
Well, for a guy to say like, oh well, don't worry, this is all, this is fun, more affordable. Yeah, you want to be on par for the court because you are making lots and lots of money with a single real estate transaction. So, yeah.
I think when you live in luxury, that's kind of like your So you see luxurious apartments, and it's like, oh yeah, well, of course you find that for apartments.
Yeah. Anyway, sure one there. So you have one of
Yes, we have Sahar Farm are giving you 5 North Reflected memberships. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen.
Over that into the $2 super chat says the guy in the room worth more than an Audi R8. Okay, so, you know, it's us. Alright. Keep talking, sir.
To support the OGO's effort here today, I thought it would be helpful to detail the process of the opportunity fair to the restaurants. As you can imagine, researching and other companies is a deliberate process tailored to everybody's needs. In this case, our client provided very specific criteria, including that across the gap, accessibility, proximity to both the Canadian Mission and Europe. Details occurred in this page do not go in below.
Don't tap us, please. Anyone tap us, please?
Little Onyx bathrooms. Come on.
That was way far down the requirement, probably.
A price point size below $9 million. Office employees, living quarters, and their public duties in place. Further, the location of the building should be attractive, public well attended, and building management accommodating such uses going frequently.
There. The building and location should be attractive for people to want to come over and participate. There it is.
Right, because I mean, we can't have them slumming it up in that old place on Park Avenue, now can we?
Or slumming it up in that $1 million studio apartment. Can't have that. All apart from the $28 super chat, we just built a new house at the cost of $210 per square foot.
There we go.
I think that kind of jogs my memory. I think what I was looking at, it was between $150 and $200 per square foot. It's the contractor I was talking. So that may jog my memory. Thank you very much for that.
In these parameters, we presented 39 properties for consideration. The initial list was narrowed down to 21 properties with 7 waiting for its location. After 3 days of visits, the final list of 4 properties were used. 2 were non-waiting for consideration. One of these items is not selected to work in design review, meaning, like the process of elimination, the unit in the land proportion of 11.57 square.
Okay, thank you.
This sounds just like DC strategies. Oh, well, there was 2, but you know, one could use, so we cut the other.
Yeah, way to go, Matt.
You know what? Again, this doesn't frivolous, so you know, I mean, again, he's considered, I guess, the term expert in this because he has nothing to do with the show, no part, or he's like the expert in technology. So, yeah. So I would think that.
I didn't see him smiling though. Like, well, no problem. You're just
Yeah.
like, hold on. So let's say standard commission appears something. Well, yeah. Well,
That was like the first price of our house.
yeah, just saying. $115,000 with a 5% if that's the way it was done. Boston Go Chip is one cheap and rather than thank you very much for that loss. Well, Jason Barrett with the $2 super chat is back to the comedy cheese. He doesn't have the twang. And Snelling with a $5 super chat to get angry about overpriced orange juice. That will be just justified while they put them through a pile of gold.
Hey, I never said it was justified. I just said I don't think this guy's logic was enough incentive.
And almost records tend to do other religious memberships. Thank you very much. Okay, it's no good so
The building that was celebrated was 100 years and completed in 1920. This entire process was overseen by members at the section of completed negotiations with the South that the cost price was supported by the union and was available residents in that section. The choice location was on 7th Street, not the park. The residents who purchased that 40% deal were given the price instead of off the islands.
Okay. Let's reflect on it. So, 40%. So, they spent $1 million on this. And, right. And so, okay, so, what work is going to be set? Well, it's interesting because that means the original asking price of this property that they bought was $13.7 million. So, that tells me, yeah, that tells me they're not going to get their $13 million. Just saying.
Wait, before we continue, I saw this person asking why they haven't gotten it. Yeah, go to this link that's pinned at the top of the chat. Make sure that it's turned on and also receive memberships.
To a 1,700 possessions. This is by far the largest. It is 7% less than the building. It's all well despite all this desirable we also have large in fact, the government had investment according to the right process. TV we present our gratitude and the chance to participate in the process and to bear witness here today. Thank you.
So, this guy is saying, oh great, you guys got a killer deal. And let's just grant that if that's true. Let's just say that's true. It doesn't matter. What matters is the optics of purchasing a $9 million condo for one guy who's Trudeau's friend when you have people living in tents with a 25% poverty rate, 1 in 4 Canadians going to food bank in the fall, and you have a housing crisis. That's what matters here. Not that you've got a deal. And never mind the fact that, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have the money to be spending on this right now because we have $1.3 trillion in debt and $40 billion a year in debt servicing costs. As for Chrystia Freeland, this would be equivalent to a Disney Plus membership.
Yeah, Frank told us that we're paying, what, $1 billion a week?
Yes.
That's servicing costs?
Something like that, yeah.
That's insane. Think of all the things that $1 billion a week could buy citizens of this country. Like, think of all the programs, like healthcare. You know, you probably could afford healthcare, dental care, a school food program, like all these things that the Liberals want. You could probably afford it if you were not servicing this debt.
Well, and here's the other thing. You wouldn't need a food program. You wouldn't need all of this other stuff because you would have money in your pocket.
Themselves,
yeah.
Right.
Anyhow. So we have Kenzie Kraken with a $10 to $20 super chat. The optics are bad, yes, but $9 million is nothing compared to $15 billion investment in failing EV battery markets, or $5 billion to the Philippines for climate change. Billions to Ukraine, silent hotels, making a fortune from government contracts. Focus. It's everything. All of these things adds up, right? So, because by that logic, why are we caring about juicy strategies? Why are we caring?
Why care about anything, right?
So, but you have to look at it all. This is not a one
or the other.
This is a systemic problem with this government.
It displays a pattern.
And you have to look at it in totality. Whether it's $1 billion, whether it's $1 million, whether it's 100,000.
Whether it's a $16 glass of orange juice, it's all a pattern.
Yeah, McLean with 10 Gibson Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very, very much for that. And Warren the Predator with the 279 super chat just looked up his average.
Your comments in the opening of the meeting. It's interesting to hear that we've had a change of heart by Justin Trudeau's $9 million man, Tom Clark, and that he is now, after having previously said he would appear, and then saying he wouldn't appear, and then saying that he was on leave, and then when his office was contacted by media, they were told that he was back in office. Now saying that he is willing to meet both. We have very disingenuous at best responses from Mr. Clark. It raises all kinds of questions about for Mr. Clark not to appear as he had originally committed to this week. And this is, of course, in the context of a $9 million residence on Billionaires Row that is going to serve one person and duplicate existing space that the office of Canada's representative already has, I would say, Chair, that let's get the conversation You indicated yes, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's where the Consul General of Canada in New York is located, is there. And so when we talk about the space that the utility conference, that space that we have in that space is space that in 2018 the Government of Canada inspired Canadians for upgrading space, representation of space, space where fields could be sort of events that we have needs to be had. Have that address, have that address, and also system that
this location. It's an example previously, other countries are understanding makes sense of money. I kind of looked at the research and kind of wait, as it is the money, it's the way it's done that it's seconds.
former colleagues at Crystal America's Feedback. They made a video of this called Canada at Home, in which they badly committed to badly and they got seen the themselves prepared.
Okay, I assume it's talking about so this is a third party it was actually Russia that they actually inserted it.
Well, they're just hoping that conservatives for the chair won't have the receipts. They're hoping that what they say won't.
And I wonder how hard politics trying not to smile at this completely over the race. Disney Robbins, member for 6 months ago, thanks for Fox, thanks for all great work from these 1,000 miles. after this Canadian Crusader 1982 by Greek. Eric is my pathetic excuse of an MP. Apologies from Windsor, Essex. Packing committees ever again after the next election.
I all the last time I looked at your life,
And Jim Dean, and once almost brought $200 worth of cinnamon phones.
certain sets of like headsets. But they are like part of the food and just so everyone knows, and he received $1,000 for the first day, which is a headset.
For all you folks out there that get something to winning, don't forget. And then I'm going to $2 per chat, maybe look at some study so they can buy
Then on the 24th, we received information that he would not be appearing. And then yesterday, a little bit back and forth with Gak. At the end, it came out, wait till September 3rd, we will discuss a new date. And then this morning, we received confirmation this work will be available on the 4th for the public.
So, as I understand it, as I see various comments and elsewhere, Mr. Gak was working on
The email I received from the 8th said he had confirmed his appearance on the 24th. They withdrew it. And then yesterday was, we'll see. Then it was, when he's back September 3rd, we'll find a date. Then this morning, we received confirmation of availables. So it appears that it did confirm not available. Now, this morning, made it the mark. The date's made available.
Oh, good description. Well, sounds like he was working. You know, what you do back. Well, if you confirmed it, then it's a lot of things. No, I'm not good. Well, and here's the thing. It's not sure if you missed it, but so one of the reasons he was allegedly not available is he was on leave.
Well, when the media contacted Tom Clark's office and spoke to one of his staffers there, he said, yeah, he's here in the office. Whoops. He's probably fired. And then he didn't get the TBS report. And he wasn't supposed to cover it, but the Consul General paid for by the taxpayer. What would you say? Yes. So, yeah. One of the predators, as I mentioned, they both open out in certain reports, right? So, but it's just funny that Mr. Truck is trying to like smooth this stuff over. And due to the $5 super chat, at this point, seeing the Liberals is like seeing a child trying to get themselves in trouble, even though they are covering it with that. Or like a dog that is like completely torn apart. You know, you're there, come on, the dog, like, how you doing? Even though you're the only dog.
What's the cat?
Yeah. The cat that you don't have.
yes, the base itself available to wanted to get that on the record. I wanted to ask our witnesses here today, the price, listing price for the unit was 10.3 million Canadian. The government paid 8.84 million Canadian, which is $500,000 up the price. And I asked how we were able to knock that price down. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the question. The unit itself is located in the landmark portion of the Steinway factory building, built dates back about 100 years. And the development had originally seen some relatively high pricing and hadn't been selling at the pace they were looking to sell. So they were starting to reduce the pricing which brought the pricing of the unit into the scope of so that the government kind of stay within. At that point, the unit we selected that wasn't compliant was the last residence in the landmark tower, and as such, for development to be considered a success, they were able to dispose of the last remaining unit, so they were friendly to the negotiation position we took for the government of Canada.
I'm looking at, you had visited 21 properties, as I understand, you actually looked at. It started as 39 properties, went down to 21 properties that we looked at. The value, the price was very the Canadian government chose pretty much the lowest price property. This was a good deal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the question. As per my own remarks, we believe, as real estate agents, that this was a very attractive enterprise for a very attractive asset, rarefied part of the city that is, per Mr. Miller's commentary, by 95% in terms of foreign cities.
Again, I love the spin here. So, you were looking at a Lamborghini and you were looking at a Ferrari, but you were fiscally responsible. Went with the lowest priced car, right? Yeah, we went with the Ferrari at, $1 million versus the Lamborghini recreational offers of $3 to $4 million.
There's no words, it's so cool.
The tone, yeah, this is definite.
Well, again, these guys are just like entitled. They deserve it. They think that they deserve to have it, and that taxpayers need
Well, just because it is the lowest price on billionaires' road, not billionaires' road, they're trying to say, see, we were fiscally responsible. We only spent $8.6 billion, never mind the fact that some Canadians can only afford a $29.99 tent.
Yeah.
Like, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, it's not only tone deaf, I think it's disrespectful as well. Yeah.
Government Canada was able to secure the asset well below the average price that other foreign governments pay for their assets. So it's ours to it's a very attractive price.
Mr. Apple, do you expect, in your experience, do you expect the value of this property to go up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the question. We can't speculate, but we can certainly say that the Steinway building, as an example, is considered by the industry as one of the finest examples of modern architecture. Certainly not going to be building more of them. And there is only limited amount of space there. It is a prime location, so given that real estate is primarily around location and space and availability, it will substantially increase in price over the years.
And I'm sorry, we are past our time, Mr. Kuznechuk. Let's just ignore the please go ahead.
That battle standard, that is their guide. If they do not see that battle standard, that is the enemy, and you're to shoot it. And this is probably one of the most famous versions of, or at least a tradition of identifying critical illness versus Disney tripping up about.
That's very interesting. Actually, I kind of knew that, but it's just interesting to see the whole explanation of it, so I like that.
Yeah, so from what we know, it's this marking of seems like we're seeing what Belarus would be. It is going to be seriously considered some sort of offensive. Would be a ruse, because of course looking for back by the vendor, it would be one of the lead. They're probably going to not want full offensively, so we're going to be in trouble with the work. Or it could just be released of and there's not time at all, right? The doubt and applicable all the results is there. So with that, I hope that does address that, and that's why I put it in the sure category, because
much like this could easily be nothing. This could easily turn into a fantasy tomorrow. But moving on from that, and out of Belarus, we did see something pretty shocking occur over the last night as well, which made me as the local controller that the Belarusian Vince back to pretty fast. While they all went small battles around the clouds, they looked other places, they're getting pushed back, or they're taking some of the eyeballs to the internet. Well, and it seems as though they're not to find a way out. One of the best ways that the Russians have found their own minds, heavily inspired, such incredibly large drone missile attacks played. The local run Ukrainian air defenses and destroyed a large amount of vital infrastructure inside Ukraine, particularly power plants. North target for the Russians throughout the large part of the last year. We insist that overnight, the Russians fired large amounts of missiles from the city. This was the air defense report come March from the Ukrainian armed forces. We will slaughter these guys in Ukraine last night. 99 shot at 136 people got dead. Additional 99 calibers, one, and let's see here, I have never before. So this was the missile that was fired. This is the one that was shot down. I've never seen this used before. That's why I didn't know what this is. Like, so that's new. But then they also shot down an additional Iskander-M, which is a fairly large missile. They're not going to be used anymore. And interestingly enough, they also shot down a Kinzhal as well. One of the hypersonic missiles, the ones that are supposed to be impervious to ground fire, it ended up being shot down. So this was the largest air raid we've ever seen on Ukraine. It was also the largest for the reception that we've ever seen over Ukraine as well, as we have never seen 4,200 air targets get shot down in a single night. This was a pretty impressive thing, all things considered. But some of these missiles did make it through and did end up hitting their targets. One of them did end up hitting the Kyiv hydroelectric power plant in the northern area of the city. Unfortunately, the video footage confirming to the dam at this dam. What we understand from the damage is visual is in much of the solid the area around Zaporizhzhia. This apparently hit the area where Ukraine's moved to be able to lift this. It didn't actually cause structural damage and
This is recent. This video right here. Yeah, this is just recent. I'm surprised it looks almost like this is the same thing that we saw a while back. Like I looked up and I was thinking, this looks like what happened a while ago, like 6 months to a year in last time.
Yeah, I mean, it really does look pretty similar. You can see after the fires, they're showing some of the damage that was caused to the plant. Once again, it's not really out the Ukraine but beyond that, it wasn't that serious hit. Also got to see another clip that apparently one message was vectored into this area, but the Ukrainians really is successful. Now, perhaps one of them apparently suffered some sort of computer on board or something along those lines. He ended up slamming down through the sea close to the man, but not very behind the bridge below. There comes the vessel. Right up there. It's not really right in the sea. So getting back up, watching the vessel floated inside the the aircraft fighter jets that were flying somewhere area 2 years ago.
That
All right. Well, this whole run here, about 7% left. The total is left, while 23% the total.
stop the match. And there will be a lot of people in America. They yell out, they call for all is not and because at that point it's not possible to get the open that's the smaller fashions and their secrets. That's the part I would say being scared oh, just don't do anything. Let's just pray that it all passes over. And that's a terrible idea. It's a horrific thing. Because right now, we'll get on into this in a little bit. Now we're hearing that apparently Iran is poised and ready to conduct an attack on Israel. Apparently, it's just them wobbling on actually committing to their attack. And when that attack happens, this one, we're assuming that it may be so large actually it's an overwhelming Israeli air defense that we end up seeing either a large amount of people die or an entire ally of the Western world ends up getting crumbled militarily for months, if not over a year or two. That's a major ordeal, and we keep on making this move over and over again to appease instead of to stand our own ground. We have a sphere that we're in charge of right now in this world. It is our responsibility as the United States to ensure the stability of our sphere. It's not a moral thing. It's really for our own benefit. Some people will look at it as it's a nice thing to do, and if you look at it that way, that's great. But there's another underlying reason, and that's that it actually benefits us. We make a lot of money trading with countries around the world, and a lot of those countries are within our sphere. And a lot of those countries make money dealing with us. Everyone ends up benefiting, everyone ends up prospering, and everyone has a good life because of it. And we end up wholesale parts of the world pay like Eastern Europe, the Philippines, where things are going to the stuff. There's also, then there's no stigma in America because America's got no one's back. And they'll end up creating their own sphere and end up kind of being the middleman in the Chinese and us. And then we've lost everything at that point, and no one's making a great deal of money. No one's really living a good life. And now we just switch the control from us to the Chinese eventually in the future, a couple of decades. Not a good move. That's why we need to be a lot more supportive of allies in the area that are dealing with the situation. I'm not saying that America has to go around slamming the Russians, slamming the Iranians, but if the Israelis want to not do because they find it to be appropriate because they're in the area having to actually deal with the situation up front, or the Romanians if you don't sit there and just do whatever they want, we can do something to you instead, as we can tell them go on board. They want to shoot down the file means. If you want to do this file means, and we will back it up for the Constitution. That should be our answer. And so that I hope that doesn't represent the best I can. I can't.
Yeah.
And so that I hope and like that down the best I can. But with that, now we can and then you will understand the next down that was so I do have a couple of questions. Our first is Super Chat, second, our first is coming from Bearcat, who put in a big generosity help. Huge shout out to Bearcat Best Sports. They own a channel worker in their own words. Check it out, still here. They can just work in these days. Just more music is good. And thank you so much for the support, Bearcat. Help because folks like you think of it more as awesome. Because it was just every night that someone when I did but a lot of people, thousands, don't say what's the good one. And all of the world their colors, during the night show, and I even just turned out because I just know you're still here. And thank you so much for this support. It really means a lot. I'm so and without folks like you, we wouldn't be able to so that and if you're on, it's a next one. In our second super chat, the first section gives us 2 points up again. It's the channel legend. And what's in $30 and $8. Chat, you want to get us what is for? And that's a pretty good. I gotta think of a point to give us. You know, something. These are the things about a lot of here and there. The problem is that apparently they're not cheap. Direction they are. But I think we have to mention the question second. I think how a lot of I think that would be hilarious. I think that'd be great. Still, thank you so much. That's more published now. And we see this like how we see this. We see this really but we have a lot of things in like the other ones. Just can't not wrong that actually and you got probably go ahead and use the free. Not a single hand that you should. That's because this they want to do this as a living, and actually, get paid in this America supporting this channel, that helping us to get this thing done. If it was not folks like them, we would be able to do this for a living. We work on this thing about 60 to 70 hours a week, which is a lot of time. That's a lot of time to be working. And you'd be working about equal hours in days in this thing.
And we're constantly trying to make sure we get the news out to y'all. We mentioned what's going on in the news. Once for all of these folks, the super chats, who work the channel every single night, we would not be able to keep this channel running. We wouldn't be able to keep this thing alive. We wouldn't be able to do this as a job. And so we always give a massive amount of time and appreciation to each one of them. We call them out individually, even if it's just $1, or even if it's all the way up to $5, yeah, because each one of those people makes it possible for us to do this as a job every single day, and makes it a reality for the 11,000 people who are on stream right now to be watching the news every single day. And so a big thanks to y'all once again. Every single person who super chatted with us tonight. A big shout out to one again is Ann Bearcat, because if it was not for all of y'all, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running for so many people. And so with that, huge thanks to you once again, Quentin Dennis. I hope that does dress that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so the last one of the first segment is going to go to Trister1, who's a channel legend. He put in a $50 donation, and huge shout out to you, Trister, for always supporting the channel. And he said, I'm America. He said, any thoughts on the Occupy? Now you call them the TikTok brigade. They got that Cybertruck. They're trying to go in, I guess you could say ninjas out there, but they're clowns. But they very much support it. And I gotta say, thank you, Trista, for being an American flag. Thank you so much for keep on running. And also, as far as the Occupy goes, the Occupy is pretty garbage. Like, we had a tier rating, like from S tier to F tier for the Occupy. I would put them in the F tier. They're actually one of the few units I would put down there. For the Russians, of course, that's a relative scale. This is something that has to be S tier for the Russians. Although, in my opinion, I would say that nothing really is. But if I had to give a tier rating, Occupy would be an F tier. It would be down at the very bottom. We've never seen them perform properly in combat. They always seem to have very low cohesion, very low morale, inadequate training. They are equipped well, at least as cars, but we've never seen them really use any performance enough as far as they seem to be some kind of motorized elements, which isn't really that strong and really won't hold anything down all too well. Not only that, they conducted atrocities against the Ukrainians, they conducted atrocities against the Russians, they conducted atrocities against themselves. They are the living body of the wartime, like the entire movement. It may as well be the equivalent in the modern day of the Waffen SS from Nazi Germany. I'm not a big fan of it at all. I think they're one of the worst units out there, and in my personal opinion, I think that after the war, the Ukrainians should probably find every single option they can inside of Russia, since Russia will probably survive by the end of the war. Easily, looking for the Ukrainians to extradite people in Ukraine for justice. So if they can extradite Ukraine to face justice, I think or the group into Russia and find these commanders and make sure that they pay for the crimes that at least their underlings committed during the war in some form or another. Y'all give them the same. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. I'm not a big fan of the Occupy at all. And also, I can't stand like the macho man thing they got going on. And at the same time, they're like the most powerful unit you've ever seen. I've never seen a unit more powerful in life. I think, really, if I think throughout all of this, I cannot think of one that is as bad as them. Like these other units, like in BVE in the Soviet Union, or in other units inside the Mexico, at least they had some sort of like dialogue and analysis that they had morale. I mean, they may not have any training and hardly any cohesion, but they had morale. The Occupy doesn't even have that. Like, they just have none of it. Like, it may as well already be a broken unit when it arrives on the front lines. Above that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we're about to be moving on to the next one. Before I do, someone says it sounds like a terrible idea. You know what during or two assassinations after the war. Did you hear like what the Mossad did after like World War II? They literally traveled the globe like on a world tour, finding Nazis and killing them. Like they did that, and everyone applauded them when they did because those people were war criminals and they conducted atrocities and somehow tried to escape and try and erase their past. And of course, they largely didn't escape justice until the Mossad found it. And you know, and you can't get justice one way through the courts.
in Ukraine against these Ottoman commanders. I feel like that's not a bad move at that point. Finding people because it sounds all high and mighty. Due process is no process, but you have to remember there are people who are living with the scars of what things that are so bad that we even said the word we did to these people. We would probably get a huge strike with you. There are people living with that kind of mental anguish for the rest of their lives. Hundreds of people, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people inside Ukraine have had horror stories about dealing with the Ottoman. Not only that, the Russians have horror stories about dealing with the Ottoman. There are videos out there of what the Ottoman's done to some Russians. I feel like everyone deserves to know the fact that regardless of whether these people are brought to justice inside of the Ukrainian border or they're found outside of their house chopping wood, they're going to have justice brought to them one way or the other, especially for all the Ukrainians who suffered through the war because of those people in particular. I'm not a big fan of things like that, unless if it's someone completely avoided justice, like a Nazi SS officer in World War II or the Ottoman. Like, really, no other Russian unit I would propose that for, except for the Ottoman. Maybe because, maybe I think that maybe I'm really hardcore on that, maybe a little bit more than normal. But that's because I've seen a lot of the atrocities those people committed firsthand. They filmed them. They filmed them like it was trophies. I mean, they were chopping off people's heads. They were turning people, no better wordage, into eunuchs. I mean, they were assaulting people, both physically and in other forms. I mean, they've done horrendous things. I mean, the things that are atrocious, you wouldn't even believe it if you saw it. And I've never seen any Russian unit who've done the atrocities that these people do on this scale. And for that reason, I believe that they should be hunted down if they cannot be brought to a court after the war. Just that unit. Wouldn't support that for any other unit. The Russian army is sure they conduct atrocities, but not like the Ottoman. The Ottoman is a special group. They're disgusting in every single sense of the word. Other than that, I'll bet those are also the best I can, at least in my opinion. Huge thanks to you once again for supporting this channel. Helping to keep on running. If it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to cover the news. We wouldn't be able to say things like that. You can also see a lot of people in the chat saying different things that they did and all that true. I've never seen any of that not true backed up in video or picture. They're just one of those people deserve some can't be brought by a court. But moving on from that and out of that area, it's time for us to move on in the courts because we have seen that some interesting actions have still been going on within the courts of Boston. And on in the city of first, we actually got to hear from the bombshell. Wagner stated that Wagner never entered Kursk. They have never even returned to Russia. And this is actually shocking. The Russians said they would bring the Wagner back. The Wagners come out now and they said they never came back and they never will.
So that just confirms that basically they went to Belarus. Now, honestly, I think they're still in that. Now that I think they were sent to Belarus, probably because of the reason we've been talking about, probably because they weren't trying to stay presidential days out of Ukraine. They're basically were used to be Belarus. Which is kind of odd because, you know, important to the Russian territory. But honestly, though, Russia, I thought we were talking about Belarus instead. That's what Ukraine can't do first. I have to read so that actually might be smart. Not about that. Maybe so. Nevertheless, and the battle, we also have seen that Russians have found that Russia getting paid about $3,000 like Ukraine. It said the actions of that day was supposed to be paid about here is what the area is saying is really big. That was otherwise would get your money to the farm, but I don't really care about it. But also, actually find about paying something that what amount of pay would make it worse if you go to 5 cents? There's to go into a meat grinder and how much money would you want for that? I mean, $1 million wouldn't even cut it really think about it. I think it needs a financial I think you've got that, but you need one more.
Wait, was someone checking out something at a Walmart in the background right there? Listen to this. Like, do you hear that? And there's cars revving, there's Walmart cashiers. Like, I would love this guy to bring the camera around and see what's going on behind this camera. Man, it probably looks like a dream or something. Or it's like cars like doing like burnouts, like in the Walmart alone. People see like checking out stuff. It's like that's there it is again. Well, that's I don't know what his comrades think when he sees him over there, like whispering the stuff in the corner like that. I wonder if they're like, "Oh yes, I agree with this. I'd be so right," or are they thinking like, "Oh, he's a traitor. We're about to get him later." Nah, man. What they're probably thinking is, "That'll be 362." Damn it! Like it turns out, that's probably what they're thinking instead. But yeah, I think the one that's right is the different page. Eles, the Russians and shit went. You know, and it's the area around Bronx. Well, like, we all can see that more and probably large enough. It was just two of them. But two more captured the issue of the Russians. So, having a little bit of a Russian time in this area. Not only that, but here's the area for Evo. We also get to see the inside of the group. See him rolling forward. You know, just a full appreciation for the way the tanks are on. You watch those results in the streets like that, and like, man, they're just like crushing those trees, like flattening the path with no like effort whatsoever. Yeah, I'm pretty that head like it seems like maybe about 60% the weight of Navy. And that's getting that corporate. They're still doing the taking edge there. Moving on from that is the Wreck Ascent. We have seen a whole period of things going on in this area. First, we have to see that a pretty decent sized substation providing power to the Cholo was hit today by an FPV drone. Probably knocking out power to the town of Haddock at this point. Again, and also, I see some people argue this point again on parents taking vacation, not something that we never forgive the hot dog man, never forgive like I don't kind of feel for that. Everyone just thinks it's real life, knows who that guy actually is, knows the guy is asleep. He's threatening their lives, he's threatening their families' lives, he's doctors, he's forensics. It's like, I'm not forgiving the guy, right? Like, it's not, so like, if anyone would be asked to forgive Jack Dobbs, because we didn't give him we're the ones who got Dobbs and harassed. We just make fun of the guy because of Dobbs and harassed. And we make fun of that kind of stuff that is going on. We don't know what happened. So beyond that, we didn't get to see Monster Bridge. We were first fast, ended up disappearing.
call this whole area they set up a pontoon bridge here tonight, and then the next day it was gone. Like, we didn't actually see what landings where the bridge was made, but we still don't know where the bridge went. It does look like the ground caught on fire in July, maybe showing that the bridge actually got hit in the area caught on fire. But still showing that one of the people on the bridge was destroyed. Then the Russians are desperately trying to make another and gain one in the area of the Southern Hub. And this one, right on the Russian side, now, here's the trying to make the rain more of the movie, or let's see actually right here, and then cross different access paths right here into the rest of the town. So they now have one operational bridge in the entire area, it's the entire brigade of Falls Spring supplies. We have a feeling that he's probably not going to go as that, probably going to get the entire military, and that's knocked out of the Russian brigade on the southern side is still stuck down there. Let me know that situation. Moving on to that area of so that's what we also have seen. Are you doing up capturing in Africa? The rest of the country are all well, not even because it's important. Well. As the event looked, but still, once again, it doesn't appear the Russian mercenaries are having the same kind of luck that the Ukrainian mercenaries had so far. Down in the area of the Yeltsin, captured a Russian vehicle instead of oh, no, that is screaming. You just gotta get more. Yeah, they must be stalling a little bit at the top. Is that a little drink? Well, when a little drink that comes? Oh, man, it's not. I can't tell what it is. It might be a drink. Why? Slap. That thing bleeds me. But anyways, moving on to the backflip. It does appear that the Kursk offensive is still going pretty well. We haven't heard a lot about the Ukrainians making advances at this point, even with the reckless sound. So I'm not really sure what's going on today, but we will be waiting to see what happens tomorrow. Maybe, maybe it'll end up they'll gain more ground, or maybe they're starting to solidify their positions at this point. I still assume, however, that there will be progress in the Rekha direction, simply because it's such a strong area for Ukraine at the moment with the situation that the Russian brigade is facing right now due to the complete cutoff for the large part to everything for the Rekha. So moving on from Kursk and on into our location and notes, we also had an interesting amount of peace there. We got to see the Ukrainians knocking out a Russian people. It's pretty interesting music. You see it trying to get down there to the Russian recon drone. This drone got way up there, man. It's sort of like in space there.
Yeah, real. That must has a hell of a battery life on it to be going this far and this high.
Dead on the nail. Pretty
yeah, it's just cruising, looking for it cruising.
But man, it gets better. We got to see, well, it gets better in a second. I didn't actually have that clip next, but we got to see a Bogdana SPG in action today as well. These things look really cool.
That was interesting. I like that.
Yeah, I like it. It's pretty cool. And so, moving on from that, we also got to see the Ukrainians apparently nab the drone and were carrying it away. Take it away, boys.
I forgot to describe why they're laughing like this. That's actually a Russian drone that ended up deploying its parachute and landing in this field, and they just ended up stealing it. So that's why they're laughing so much.
I thought maybe they had a little drink themselves.
No, you know, there's another soldier out there in the trees, man, who said, "You must keep the name of the great in 2024, and I had the Russian drone with me deploying its parachute," or something like that.
See, I put the drone in the trunk of the car, and I brought it out to the fields, and I left it for dead. You know, I would have staged it like it was hit by a Madonna, but I didn't even know what that was.
Man, that's a freaking cool. Man, that voice is killer good. The movie on that, we also get to see some training of the troops of the 41st. Once again, they're training with a decent amount of cluster equipment, Max Pros, 50 BMGs, great machine gun. Everyone loves the 50 BMGs, great machine gun. Obviously, some CC Brents, they're doing some French clearing and training. And also, one guy's learning how to use the RPG-7. The last cat appears to have been already proficient, but I'm actually not sure. I can't really tell. But still, pretty cool to see stuff. Hopefully, the 41st Brigade Senior troops will be doing well on battlefield soon. And moving on from that, we now get another clip of how the Ukrainians take down shitheads. You have to wonder, how in the world does a high-speed chase happen in air? Like, not with fighter jets, but with a drone and a helicopter. Well, this is how it goes. That's a Russian drone, that little blob right there. This is a Ukrainian helicopter. The helicopter's chasing down the front. And there's a machine gun up there who's shooting at the drone. They shot it down. That's pretty damn good. Like, hey, and it's going down. Oh! Hey, wow, it's so delayed. That's crazy. Dude, that thing sounds like those racing planes. Like a lot of, you know, when they're flying, you hear that air off like that. It's like, hey, man, I'm really glad we don't carry sponsored by Red Bull. We're going to be great that we didn't live the guys want to talk about the better yet, it's like some late 60-year-old guy did some really weird mods to his plane when he cut those things a little bit, and it ended up making his plane go so fast, he pretty much spent kind of in the air, speed and tighten up, and they all that's another way the racing planes go, by the way. That's a real deal. Pull up the Reno, I believe it was an air crash incident. Someone ended up flipping the wings of their P-51, and the aircraft ended up going so fast because of that, that it ended up actually, I think it ended up destroying the trim on the elevators, and so it completely snapped while it was flying because it was going so fast, and the airplane banged upwards so hard because of that, so quickly, that the guy actually passed out. He lost control of the plane, and it ended up off the return pushed back down, slamming into a crowd of about 50. It was one of like, the worst, I guess we call it incidents in American history. So it's pretty unfortunate event, actually. But moving on from that, and into our next bit of news, we also got the cancer report. Everybody, they got 3 podcasts today. I'm telling you what, that's great to see. That's great as well. And fortunately, he had not told us his terrible. Yesterday, that would be it. But that's all he got. Well, I can tell you that's what yesterday.
looks like X is down for me at least, and looks like it's down for a ton of people. Also, AT&T is supporting major service interruptions, and apparently a lot of stuff's down right now, including some 911 stuff. So those are being hacked again. What do you know? The Book 13 podcast.
The police spring army never dies, my boy. Because I got captured the other day, and my money is in 140 Russian soldiers wiped out along the 13 continents, 70 ABC, 80 supplies, those 40 mountains, with some foods, 13 one anti-aircraft weapons. It's a very good day. We love to see it. It's great to see. Hopefully they'll continue to. Now, yeah, the high amount of Russian forces continue to make sure the Russians aren't moving that well in the war. Moving on from that into the northeast mirror, we also get to see the SPU attacking some Russians. We don't get to see that apparently a little too much, but moving on down to the area around Chernobyl, we also get to see the Russians in that doing that dubstep track remix. Unity Schwarling, you can see it fly right to the rear door of that Russian APC. And oh, it was a delayed explosion. You gotta love it. You see a big armor like that, and you feel it keep going there when it gets including very good pushing. That's really good to see. And I'm telling you what, it is very nice to see. And it's good to know that another Russian armored vehicle ended up fighting with us. Meanwhile, down in Bakhmut, the Ukrainians started hitting it with JDAMs. Interestingly, now here's the clip. It was actually dropped by Su-27s. But here it comes. Oh, down there. Can we get another one? Can we? Oh, wait for more JDAMs. Oh, we got a second one. And with that, that's the only clip. Pretty interesting to see, but still great to know they're hitting those Russians down there, here and there. But moving on from that, down into the area around Borodivka, we also got to see that the Ukrainians were apparently firing on some Russian positions as we mentioned the Panzer Battalion, which was pretty interesting to see. So here's the thing. By the way, to remind you, the Panzer Battalion is made into Chechens fighting on the Ukrainian side. Unlike the dogs they are, the Panzer Battalion is actually a pretty battle-hardened and pretty well-seasoned unit that does quite well in the battlefield on itself. Right in the show. But it's like sign me a rocket I built. Oh, something like that, I think. Had it at home, you know. It really had and it's just dead silent. It's like, what now? It's like, what do I do now? It's like my eardrums aren't going to fall, and I guess I'll have to get the 4 minutes. That's why we end up hitting up around the area of the frogs. I'm thinking so often I have to deal with these things. Thank you, these other states. These kind of things. You'll see it, but you're going Man, I'm on the ground for crying though, because like, when I can box come in, like, I can spend my load, when I can crying though, out, look at that. Man, I'm telling you, with the chat flying the way it does these days, with the chat, we've had, on average, about 100 chats a minute, and this is actually on the low end. For most kids, 100 chats a minute, it's kind of quality. So we got some low in the next round. What was that guy holding? Which one? Is that a phone?
Russia for yourself. That is the test right. I had to call that. Something that accepts it. It's got a if I can carry around supposed to read that full script, like, there we go, guys. Swallow man. It's like, just leave it in your head. It's like, this is happening, man. Pour out of it on there. There we go. It's so much. And now it's just dead silent. I don't really know what to do because the audio makes me not want to say because I feel like there will be more audio. But then you just go dead silent. So then it's kind of like the pause for silent. Well, you see the Russian vehicle smoke. Guys aware of the hybrid warfare the Russians been engaged in defending the Poland? Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a given at this point. Like even NATO said that there's a whole like shadow campaign to go around the NATO base and send saboteurs in to try to destroy stuff. That's not just for the base, that's also for the infrastructure of Europe as well. We're seeing that every single day. And we're also hearing that NATO bases are being disrupted because of that as well. So that's definitely a surefire thing. Yes, but it's well, that I think we're safe with rounding out this clip right here. Once again, showing the sheet rounds are engaging and knocking out Russian forces in the area. We also get some fire support conducted by the International Legion in this area as well. These moving from facilities. See him adjusting something on the 50 cal. Wait, was he storing in a new barrel? I can't tell. Actually, oh no, he was storing in a new barrel, a fresh barrel, a fresh can of 50 BMP. That's pretty cool, by the way, how the 50 cal barrel is getting screws in and out. It's pretty neat to see. I like it. Is that a Browning? A Browning? Yeah. Okay, that's making sure. For some reason, my head was saying Barrett. I was like, oh, it's not Barrett. No, this is a Browning 50 cal made by Moses Browning. It's designed to 50 gauge now as well. And a little bit silent on this video right here. I feel like we're not going so loud and so quiet. Well, we didn't have to worry about snow. It's like an area of denial, just by laying down a little bit of consistent rifle fire at a long distance. They're kind of just denying the entire area to be used by the Russians. Kind of like how the British started using the Vickers by the end of its life in the 60s. The British give them some of that lead pie, and they're giving out knocks at the door, man. It's man. Another can of 50 BMP. Wait, another can of 50 BMP. Wait, that's another can of 50 BMP. Yeah, you see that pile of stuff, casings on the ground? Yeah, man, they've been laying it down. Oh, ammo, yes, folks, full ammo. Well, that's favorite.
the in-depth radio. I was so fine, so or something like that. Say, okay. Already. And that is right, Steve Smith. They replaced the barrels because they overheat. It's kind of like an engineer strategy, like just keep firing like bursts like that over and over instead of keeping it stationary. It seemed like it'd be really easy to like beat in on that location and then send it to artillery or something, but I guess they got it figured out. And they got it down to a science. And they had no fear in the Ukrainians here. But now that the Ukrainians have small things here, they not made, but they are looking at some decent casualties from Russia. So kind of bounces fast, but still a little moving on from that and down towards America. We also got to see some Russians getting hit down here today by the 46th. And speaking of travel points, our vacation actually coming around like it's coming around here in the wild to watch the 46th Brigade wipe out these Russian forces. I actually told Mandy tonight that I was probably going to start telling you all about that on the 1st of this month. But we do know when it's going to be coming. I'm going to hold back that information for a little bit, but everything's been finalized. We will be on the move and on the way onto a short little vacation. And so, with that, I hope y'all know. I hope y'all know we're going to do something about that as much as we can. Like, not where we're heading anything. Obviously, have us injured or killed. There's a guys who tell people where we're going. What we will be seeing is all time for doing cancel. We will not be able to run the streams because we will be called elsewhere doing really fun things so we can really enjoy our time. So we finally have a timer down as the plan. But moving on to that, these two things to the news. We also got to see some things down here. The Ukrainians, quote unquote, today in a Russian. Also, man, I was very interested in why that guy was here all night. Like, I've seen this guy in the hot dog stand before, like a while ago. I was like, why in the world were we even talking to this guy? It's like a little stupid, like, that we even did. I just kept asking him. I said, "You're over here telling us to, like, make peace and stuff like that. So have you told the guy who, like, actually this kid in the fight, like, you might want to, like, apologize for all the wrongdoing he's done?" It's like, they never answered the question, so I was there to control. That was it. Yeah. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, eventually you're going to ban him. I was like, eventually you will. And then they said, my family was in World War I, got nothing on your forces and whatnot. Like, that's really stupid for me. Yeah, that's what did it. That's what called me the phantom for saying that. I was like, are you joking? It's like, we've had, like, family members that served in the World Wars. It's like, why would you even say that? Well, hell, we had family members die in the World Wars. Like, we had one guy on my mother's side who was a flamethrower in World War II in the Pacific. He ended up getting killed with a pack on his back, burned him alive. And he said that once they brought back to America and buried in Mississippi, it was like his remains fit in a shoebox-sized casket. So it's like, that's a little stupid to say something ridiculous like that. And also, regards to the hot dog people, sad little angry community of people that still keep at it somehow, some way. So moving on from that, we did get to see the fire at Proletars. While almost out, it's still burning a little bit. We can see the damage was significant.
They put it, but they put it.
And there's a little bit of the fire left, so it's still burning. And with that thing that you forget about it, you keep on reminding me about that thing. And I'm trying to just make sure to roll on some news because we're starting to run overtime. But a lot of people have been talking about Ukraine's call an urgent meeting of NATO leaders, and a lot of people want what people ask. Matthew, what are people thinking, or are you thinking they will ask?
All right. So we have heard for a fact that
Ukraine has called an emergency meeting of NATO leadership. It's going to be behind closed doors, to my understanding. But the big question is, what do you think they're calling this for, and what's Ukraine going to ask for? So 52% said Ukraine will ask for new permissions to strike into Russian territory. 26% said that Ukraine will ask for more weapons and money, and 16% said Ukraine will ask for troops on the ground. And me personally, I'll rule out the third option. I doubt Ukraine's going to ask for that. And even if they did, that would be a hard no. Not too much deliberation to have on that one. I would say that probably they are asking for new permissions. I would say that it probably comes right on the heels of the U.S. basically saying you can't shoot too far from Russia because it might upset Vladimir Putin, and we don't want to do that. And that's probably why Zelensky wants to meet with the NATO leaders, is to tell them basically, you need to back off the permissions. You're literally preventing us from winning the war, and unless you back off of that, we might not win the war. So that's probably why he's calling it, but there could be other reasons as well. For example, there could be provocations from Belarus. That could be one reason they're calling it. There's several different reasons. But I would say it's probably new permissions. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would also agree it's probably for new permission. Probably specifically for Belarus. That's probably what he asked about is specific permissions for specific weapon systems. And so with that, I hope that does rest that well. And moving on to our next bit of news, we also got to see satellite footage of the plume from the fire at Fort Lazarus, and it does look like it's finally starting to die down a lot. Because, of course, a while ago we actually saw this plume extended all the way across southern Russia, pretty much to Rostov on Don. Now it's pretty much relegated to the area around Fort Lazarus again, and it is showing the fire is finally dying down after 9 days of being a roaring inferno in the area. Moving on from that, we also got to hear more information about OMS. We were able to hear that there has been a partial shutdown of the plant, only 56% of its operation. You still see smoke coming off of the fire was slowly resulted there. And we were able to hear that the refinery was crashing and burning the other day. Did get a little bit of proof of that as well. Meanwhile, moving on out of Ukraine and on to the Middle East really quickly to talk about this, we are hearing that there was unreported about 52 hours ago, and then today we were also able to hear from Vladimir Putin that according to a U.S. government official, John Kirby, Kirby said that he believes Iran is postured and poised to launch an attack on Israel. And I'm sure many of you are looking at Kirby's adventure down here, which I was also linked at, and I was trying so hard not to laugh. Like, I was sitting there, I was almost on the couch going, what the hell? And then I was like, no, I'm going to keep it together. And then you started laughing. I was like, no, I have to bring it up. Yep, it's Kirby. That's our guy. That's John Kirby right there.
Man, that's something else right there. I don't know who thought who was crazy enough to like post something like that, like whose mind went to like Kirby's cartoon or whatever. But it made me laugh. I gotta say, good one.
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous. So every time I think of John Kirby now, I'm thinking Kirby. But anyways, moving on.
That's actually a pretty accurate representation of reality. But anyway.
Anyways, White House is Kirby. It says messaging to Iran. But you know what? Let me read this from the text the way it's delivered. This is not a very casual way to deliver it. But anyways, moving on from that, it seems to be a little bit of a serious situation still. We're not sure if we want to do everything today, but though an alarm is being sounded off again, so we'll have to keep a little bit of an eye on this area. I'm not going to tell you all what's going to happen, but we never know. It's the Middle East. Anything can happen down here every day of the week, and it will literally just kick off right then. But anyways, moving on.
Oh yeah, you think that Iran's gonna invade? Oh yeah.
Oh, what kind of a tough guy here? Hey, must be a bunch of thieves around here. But anyways,
yeah, that's like something that Putin would say, knowing that the whole government's a corrupt like mafia, basically. And basically say, oh, no, thieves around here. It's like well, the whole government thieves. Like, what do you expect when you're like prosecuting people for corruption and theft while you're the main thief?
Man, dude, it's like being a hot dog, man, and being like the king shithead, and then having other people do stupid stuff, you'd be like, hey, must be a bunch of shitheads around here. It's like you're the leader. It's like, what do you mean? Well, and then like the endless Discord revolts. But anyways, moving on from that, out of the Middle East, not really a lot to talk about there. I'm not going to make that big of a deal because we don't know what's been happening more down there. But moving on from that and up into Kyiv,
update that today's channel does, which is kind of weird when you think about it. Well, actually, I can see why. Apparently, you've been talking today for about an hour and 30 minutes. So now I see why, and I'm not going to put y'all through that kind of a process. We'll just put y'all through this one. And so, without further ado, here is this video.
Дорогі українці і українки, зараз ще триває ліквідація наслідків російського удару. Загалом було більше ніж 120 ракет різних типів і більш ніж 100 шахедів. Запусків ракет по Україні – це, зокрема, був повітряний простір Курської області, Білгородської, інших територій Росії. Також акваторія Чорного моря, територія нашого окупованого Криму. Кожен такий удар знову і знов повертає всіх нас до завдання далекобійності, до необхідності дати нашим силам оборони достатньо далекобійної зброї, яка може знищувати терористів саме там, звідки вони завдають удар. Це оптимальна антитерористична база, на яку має право і яку точно застосував би для захисту кожен з наших партнерів, від яких ми очікуємо далекобійність. Фізична присутність наших сил у Курській області, наші активні дії по знищенню російської загрози на її ж території, це в тому числі спосіб компенсувати дефіцит далекобійності. Сьогодні почав цей день з окремої тривалої розмови з главкомом СИР і щодо відбуття цього ракетного удару детально, і щодо нашої відповіді Росії. Ми готуємо і по застосуванню F-16 в Курській області продовжуємо наші дії у визначених районах саме так, як в Україні потрібно. За цю добу є більше нашого контролю, є чергове поповнення обмінного фонду. Також Дорогфонд доповів щодо ситуації на фронті на Донеччині окремо і на ставці про Покровський напрямок, який важливий, більше російських штурмів, також Временський напрямок, також Торецький, Курахівський.
you protect this house? Will you protect this house? Will you protect this house?
I just have to remind Mr. Trudeau here in Toronto, 47% of traditional Liberal voters vote for Rob Doug Ford. 40% of traditional NDP voters vote for Rob Doug Ford. So I'm not too sure what Mr. Trudeau is saying to his face. But again, this comes down to Justin Trudeau, number one, in my opinion, is totally incompetent to be prime minister. God bless the teachers, because I love the teachers. He was a drama teacher for a year, and he's going to be the prime minister? You have to be kidding me. You put his resume up against the prime minister, you go to any company in the world. Justin Trudeau can be the floor sweeper, the prime minister. You have to be kidding. You look at his resume, it shows that he's good. Now, to be fair with the Liberals, I wouldn't say that about John Chrétien. I wouldn't say that about Paul Martin. I'm saying this about Justin Trudeau is not competent to run this country and be responsible for your hard-earned tax dollars.
This morning, or a short time ago, when Stephen Harper was asked about some revelations that came out in a book regarding your brother, he seemed to distance himself again. He wouldn't mention you or your brother by name. He said, quote, those individuals, and he referred to this rally that if again, you've been integral in organizing. He called it a rally of the Conservative Party of Canada. Mr. Harper seems to be distancing himself from you and your brother and not really embracing your support. How do you square that circle?
We're going to have to agree to disagree. We've been conservatives for over 50 years. Mm-hmm. We've been involved in every federal, provincial, municipal campaign.
But what about their tough stance on crime then? And on how do you square that circle?
You know something? I'm tough on crime too. And I think it's essential. I know one thing. It wasn't Stephen Harper sitting around the table smoking a joint at a dinner party like Justin Trudeau was. So I find it pretty hypocritical.
I'd be careful, sir. Your brother
I know, but you know, I'm just...
You practical
I'm talking...
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I find it very hypocritical that Justin Trudeau would go down that path. Justin Trudeau wants to get personal, like anyone that's coming after us wants to get personal. Let's talk policy. Let's wipe the veneer off Justin Trudeau and let's look at his resume. His resume, he wouldn't be hired as a floor sweeper, not to mention prime minister. He wouldn't be able to sit on one board in any major corporation. He has zero experience. He wants to get into the pockets of the taxpayers and pay thousands of dollars off the average. That's what this election is about. It's about the economy. And in my opinion, Justin Trudeau is coming after us because he's scared. He knows his supporters vote for us.
If it is about the economy, then why would you align yourself or your brother, rather, with his history, with his troubled history, and we all acknowledge that, with the Conservative Party that takes such a tough stand on crime and drug use and so on and so forth? How do you square that circle?
Well, it's very simple. We're fiscal conservatives. But everyone's tax dollars. We've been doing that from day one. Our family has given back to the average person. You know, we've done so much good for this city. We've turned the city's finances around when Ronald was mayor. It was an absolute disaster. So if we look at the finances, we're out on the street, we're door knocking, we represent the average. Unfortunately, Justin Trudeau does not represent the average family.
I very much appreciate your time when you come in the studio. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about the revelations that have come out in a new book. Do you have any comment or response you'd like to make?
I have absolutely no comment at all. We're focused on door knocking, making sure we get the word out there. Have a sober second thought if you're voting for Justin Trudeau. If you want to hand over your tax dollars, thousands of dollars, I guess that's your guy. If you want to save thousands of dollars, there's only one person, and that's Prime Minister Harper.
Former Toronto City Councillor Doug Ford. Appreciate that.
blankets, the turkey days, with our cup of cocoa, and the stick money. Good morning.
Almost done. We can talk during this part. I know, right? Paige, you're listening. You're too good for him. I know. Yeah. She's like, seriously. You should thank her every freaking day. You jerk. It's Karen.
You realize it's the same link every week. It never changes.
Yeah, I know what you think. That's it. Flag, which I did not know until much later that that's my face. Well, 40 pounds heavier it does. If I, had black eyes.
Are you kidding? Why? Raccoons don't have eyebrows.
You've seen them. You did. That's it.
Throughout our history, ordinary people have done extraordinary things. Now it's your turn to reimagine civilization and build something you believe in. Find your perfect escape during the Hyundai Shift in the Drive sales event.
Our nuclear doctrine. Now, at the time, people were saying, that's just the usual nuclear bluster in order to try to discourage Western support for Ukraine. I, of course, at the time indicated that means that usually when they're saying something like that, when they're telegraphing it for the first time, it means that it's already underway, if not completed, and that indeed they already were working on revising their nuclear doctrine, and I explicitly stated it was for the purpose of lowering the nuclear threshold, because as it currently stands, as the Russians are still trying to maintain their diplomatic persona and not become an international pariah in a legal sense, they still want to be in line with their own doctrines. Even though nuclear doctrines, as I stated before, they're usually just for public consumption, when push comes to shove, they're going to do whatever for the sake of their own international security, whether it's in a nuclear doctrine or not. But what they're going to do now, because they know that this is a less than strategic, less than mutually assured destruction scenario on the horizon, where they're going to probably have to use nuclear weapons, low-yield nukes, battlefield theater nukes. Now, what this means is that they're going to have to alter the nuclear doctrine so that it doesn't necessitate an existential threat to Russia, an imminent existential threat to Russia. That's how the current nuclear doctrine is written. That the Russians will only use nuclear weapons if it means Russia's strategic defeat. Now, that's very ambiguous terminology. They can arbitrarily draw the line wherever they want. And of course, you might be thinking to yourself, well, hasn't the West been talking about Russia's strategic defeat for a long time? Yes, indeed. That is true. So this is why it's kind of meaningless. However, in a less than global nuclear annihilation scenario, it is very meaningful for Russia and their allies. What it means is that Russia will be able to clearly establish and adjudicate a red line, which is clear as day for the West to see from a mile away, that indicates that if you overstep a certain boundary, it doesn't need to be our existential risk of losing our
our society and our civilization as a whole. But if you overstep this boundary, we reserve the right to utilize such and such weapons in such a capacity. So they're going to lower the nuclear threshold. Now, why are they bringing this up right now? Obviously, NATO is invading Russia as we speak. Yes, NATO. It's NATO weapons. It's NATO technicians. It's NATO ISR. And there's a lot of NATO mercenaries waving American flags and even American reporters in there, as have come out recently, CNN reporters who've already done interviews with those masks on their face because they don't want to be identified. So, no, this is all real. This is all very much happening. And just so you know, another oil depot is ablaze in Rostov. This one is totally separate from the big one that has been burning for 10 days. I'm telling you guys, this situation is getting out of control. Now, take a look at this. We're going to connect all the dots today. Now, Politico is saying that Ukraine is going to present the Biden administration with targets that it could hit inside Russia if given the chance. I think that this is all a smokescreen, and the Russians certainly know it as well. It is very likely, if the Biden administration is intelligent, and let's not kid ourselves, it's not Joe Biden who is calling any of the shots at this point in time, but let's just pretend it is, that the Biden administration is likely going to reject this appeal by Zelensky to start using Storm Shadow missiles for deep strikes in Russia and the long-range attack systems and the JASOM missiles that are going to be on the F-16s, that they're going to deny Zelensky's request to do this. That doesn't matter because Zelensky has already stated today, and I talked about this probably over a year and a half ago, that what they're going to do is American technicians, NATO technicians, are going to assist the Ukrainians in creating their own long-range weapon systems, as they already have and as have been progressing throughout the course of the war. They've been shooting drones well past St. Petersburg for well over a year now. Okay, it's almost been about a year, and yeah, it's almost been 18 months since the first drones made their way into Moscow, if you remember. To the Kremlin, in fact, remember that? And so we know that they've been developing these technologies in tandem because, of course, Ukraine is not doing anything independently at this point in time, especially when, Big Daddy Washington is signing the checks. So we know that there's likely American technicians. They're utilizing American intelligence in order to guide these weapon systems, American resources, of course, and in industry and materials in order to create them, and quite possibly the mercenaries on the other end pushing the actual buttons. So we know all this. So what this means is that this is all just a way for the U.S. to claim plausible deniability, and the Russians will have to play along, right? Because the Russians, again, they're very judicious, so they have to uphold this professionalism on the international stage, so not to burn any diplomatic bridges and seem and maintain this aura of reasonability that they've been able to up until this point, at least not necessarily in the West, where we're just a bunch of morons when it comes to this kind of stuff, but in the East, where they see what's going on and they're not blinded by the Western propaganda, they see that, okay, the Russians are at least trying to withhold the use of their most lethal weapons to avoid bringing us to the brink of nuclear destruction. But Ukraine is attempting to circumvent this. I think Ukraine knows that this request to Washington will not be approved, and that they're not going to get the green light to start firing these weapon systems deep behind enemy lines. It doesn't matter because now they have their own ballistic long-range missile systems that Zelensky claims can touch anywhere of significance inside Russia. These are not the old mini Cessna-like drones that you can hear from a mile away and you can shoot out of the sky with a shotgun. Obviously, that's exaggerating it a little bit, but you get my point. These are far more advanced systems that were built with the help of the United States and NATO. Now, of course, they couldn't come out using these right away. You really have to sell it. Much like the F-16s, you have to sell the idea that it's actually Ukrainian pilots inside those F-16s So you have to make it out like these guys are going to flight school and that they're the ones actually piloting them. When we know now, and I mean even the statement by the Senator Lindsey Graham, who welcomed, volunteers from the West who've flown F-16s their entire lives to come and volunteer. Things that yours truly has been saying for months. So we know that they do these things on a timeline to make it appear as though Ukraine is doing these things grassroots, that they're creating these techniques by themselves to immunize the United States from that they are level change their nuclear threshold for deep strikes that maybe aren't necessarily an existential threat, but are posing significant, strategic risk or pressure, or by a nation, or they might even say something like, they might even designate a certain yield of nuclear weapons, where maybe a yield under 15 kilotons is deemed permissible in certain cases, even though it might not be an existential threat to the country. So I think that's what we're going to see with this nuclear doctrine stuff. This is very, very important. Sergei Lavrov was not. He is not the kind of person to say something like this. Certainly doesn't make any bombastic claims. The farthest thing from the incorrigible Dmitry Medvedev. This is a straight shooter, well respected on the international stage. He would only say something like this if there was a lot of fires to that smoke. So this is absolutely something that we need to pay attention to. Zelensky has also stated today that the transit of Russian gas through Ukraine will be permanently suspended after 2024. There will be no negotiation. So now there is very little economic incentive for Russia with Ukraine, although this might be one of his main points of his 4-point victory plan that he is going to be proposing to Joe Biden next month. Accordingly, again, it is all just smoke and mirrors to make it appear as though they're not acting in unison when really they are, but it creates the illusion that they're not a proxy for the U.S. War machine, which of course they are. Everybody knows that. Even hardline American patriots know that, and that's the reason why they're resistant to the whole thing, because they don't want a nuclear operative situation. It's also been unveiled that Ukraine now has a electronic warfare cloaking system for its F-16s. This has been received from the United States, an exclusive version of an electronic warfare system that turns F-16s into real, invisible planes for Russian radars, according to Defense Express. So, this means that if they are able to evade Russian radars, they can target targets deeper inside Russia, doing more damage. And the question that arises is, what is actually causing these attacks on all of the oil refineries and military bases? And now that they're operating within the Kursk region, where there's currently 30,000 Russian troops present and 1,200 square kilometers under Ukrainian control, this means that they're potentially leveraging F-16s in that capacity, either from inside Ukraine or from inside the new territory of Ukraine, which is in the Kursk region. Now, we have some interesting things going on at the Belarusian border, where they are moving essentially their entire armed forces into the southern part of their country, the northern part of Ukraine, in and around the region where Chernobyl is. I can't remember the exact name of the oblast. What is the name of the oblast? Again, I don't have the map up today. But that's what's happening. So, and the vehicles are marked B, which perhaps is just a very sophisticated bluff on the part of the Belarusians, because what they're trying to do is fix the Ukrainians to the north and get them to have to commit more of their troops to the north out of fear of a Belarusian incursion from that direction, thus taking troops away from the Kursk initiative. This is just what I'm presuming. I don't have all the details of what's on the ground, but I would presume that what this would force the Ukrainians to do is have to withdraw some of their forces or limit the amount of forces that they've committed to that Kursk initiative as well as potentially pull more forces away from the Donbass, which is currently not going so well for the Ukrainians. Lukashenko has made all kinds of threats, and recall that he is the one who said that if any line is crossed, that there will be an immediate use of nuclear weapons and no conversations or negotiations about it. Now, of course, he could be a Putin patsy. Vladimir Putin is going to attempt to evade mutually assured destruction by getting a proxy to fire the first nuke. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to, sacrifice Belarus and open up the front so it's a 1,100-kilometer long front line? At this point in time right now, as far as I know, that northern border is heavily mined. It is heavily fortified. So I don't think that the Belarusians, with their paltry military, is going to be able to effectively, without sustaining large casualties and likely giving the Poles reason to enter into the conflict, I don't think they're going to be able to do anything significant, which is why Ukraine might not even honor this block by relocating some of their troops to that part of the border. But I guess we'll have to see, because they removed these troops at one point for whatever reason. There's all kinds of covert maneuver warfare happening here. They've moved them, and then this, of course, freed up those Ukrainian forces who were within that region to go move into the Kursk region. And so that's what happens. So now they're moving them back at the behest of Vladimir Putin. Lukashenko says that he's been contacted by people within the West who've asked him to turn against Vladimir Putin. There's some people who think that Vladimir Putin is actively trying to bait the West into a conventional conflict as we speak, as he's been withholding the brunt of his forces. I mean, there's only 30,000 troops in Kursk of the Russian military, which is well approaching the 1.5 million range. So they clearly don't think that it's that big of a deal at this point in time. You even have Sky News reporters now speculating that, well, maybe it is in fact a 4D play where Vladimir Putin is trying to feign weakness so that Ukraine feels enticed to move more of its forces into that region, and then the Russians are, of course, going to do a very large-scale, cauldron-like ambush once they have them all in there and just blow them up with artillery. But, who's to say what's going to happen at this point in time? Remember, earlier in the year, when I said the West was likely going to be entering into Ukraine, lo and behold, 2 months later, it came out Emmanuel Macron with the troops controversy about sending troops into Ukraine. Of course, they walked it back because of public disapproval for the idea. Still committing troops in mercenary form in greater numbers. The idea at the time was that the Western forces would fortify Ukraine, and that would enable Ukraine's forces to go on the offensive. And I think that's exactly what you're going to see. You're going to see the maintenance of this stasis on the front line by hook or by crook. What that means is the United States is going to slowly time-release more powerful weaponry to the Ukrainians. As Ukraine starts to take territory, they will do that very thing in order to try to equip the Russians without things going nuclear. But now that Russia is changing its nuclear doctrine to allow for the use of nuclear weapons at a lower trigger threshold, that changes the equation altogether. So it's already known that Ukraine is going to be planning on forming dozens of new brigades to be unveiled in 2025. And the question is, will you get the troops to fill the ranks of these new brigades, right? So you're talking about a brigade that's 5,000 troops. Where are you going to get the troops to form dozens of brigades, and what are you going to use these brigades for? Many of the troops could perhaps be Ukrainian troops that are preoccupied in other parts of the country, more westerly, and those troops might move forward while Western troops come in and fill in the back section. And that's when you're going to start to see real serious talks about the imposition of the no-fly zone in the western part of Ukraine. Now, there's a lot of
controversy over what happened over the weekend. If you don't recall, what happened was a drone from one of the hundreds of, I guess one of the 100 of the Russian drones somehow made its way into Polish airspace. Okay? Now, some people are saying, yeah, it was probably just an errant drone that went off its territory. Others are saying that this is an attempt by Russia to provoke Poland to entering the conflict. Others are suggesting that maybe there was even a target that was targeted, which I think is the most unlikely of scenarios. Of course, recall that back in 2022, or was it early 2023, there was an S-300 missile fired by Ukraine, and Ukraine immediately blamed it on Russia. Okay, and then it later came out, indeed, that it was Ukraine, so we averted the invocation of Article 4, which would have triggered Article 5, most likely, and probably brought us to the brink of nuclear Armageddon. Fortunately, none of that happened. Since that time, all surrounding nations have been very reluctant to immediately act on these drone incursions into their territory. Typically, they don't hit anything of significance. They fall in fear. This time it was controversial because it made its way 30 kilometers into Polish airspace. Many people suspect that Poland should have indeed shot this thing down. However, they cite which suggests that you cannot shoot something down unless you are absolutely certain that it is a missile. They claim that they couldn't guarantee that it was, and these drones, I presume that they look like planes. You know, when they're flying, they fly at relative similar speeds to planes. They probably have similar signatures as airplanes, so it's hard to discern them from a missile per se. So in light of that, maybe that's why that decision not so much that Poland doesn't want to go to war. Poland does want to go to war with Russia, it would appear, but what they don't have is the full support of the United States in Europe as of yet. But they may well get that soon enough, especially if Ukraine folds. They are going to be next on the chopping block, something to contemplate if you are a prepper in Poland. And you see the writing on the wall. I really don't know how much time you have left to prepare. What else do we got going on here? Okay, so right now there are exercises currently in the Black Sea. Apparently these exercises are being led by the UK. Okay, let me see if I have my notes for this particular story here. I don't know if I have the details of this particular story. Anyways, there are major exercises currently taking place in the United Kingdom, what seems to simulate an attack on Crimea. Now we know that the Ukrainians are guided in many ways by the MI6 and by the UK. We know that they comprise his security detail, Zelensky's security detail, is British intelligence, and we know that they've played a heavy hand in instigating and escalating the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Everybody remembers the famous, or Boris Johnson visit, in which shortly thereafter, up until that point, there was a strong likelihood that there was a deal that was already signed and getting ready to move into its final stages, which of course fell through as a result of that visit, where Boris Johnson compelled the Ukraine to continue to fight the Russians and that they would receive support from the West. Now, this chameleon exercise of the UK armed forces, according to Rybar, which of course is a Russian perspective, but they're surprisingly objective. And the reason why I respect Rybar, when you had all the Russia bros saying, the invasion of Kursk is no big deal, Rybar was like, yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Okay, this is what's happening. And, Rybar was making a big deal, as they should. I mean, it was Russia being invaded by a NATO-backed force. So anyway, the
the Armed Forces of Ukraine commands forthcoming operation in the Black Sea region. We're not talking about combined drone strikes, but the use of landing groups in Crimea and the Kherson region. And they're saying that this seems to emulate what is happening with this chameleon exercise in Ukraine. Has very close ties to Nord Stream, and not Nord Stream, Nord Stream also, but of course the AFU, the Armed Forces of Ukraine. So this to be accomplished if this chameleon exercise is noteworthy. Covert deployment of special forces teams to the target area, landing from boats and helicopters, infiltration into the rear, targeting of critical facilities, and subsequent evacuation of sabotage groups. It starts to look like perhaps this is a dry run for what they're about to do in the Black Sea. Now recall, they're trying to attrit the infrastructure and the logistics of Crimea at this point in time. They just took out the biggest rail ferry, the last one in fact, that Russia had to bring in supplies. So now if the Crimean bridge is destroyed, which it could very well be now that all of this attention on Kursk, you might see maybe the whole point of this Kursk thing is distract away from that, and then they're just going to start hammering the Crimean bridge as hard as they possibly can, and then of course they can have that Pyrrhic victory take to Joe Biden before election season and say, hey, they're actually doing something. So that's what's going on there today. I mean, there's a hell of a lot more going on. You have the Wagner forces, like I said, moving into the Kursk region as well as into the southern part of Belarus. You have Poland panic buying gold. The National Bank of Poland became the world's biggest buyer of gold among central banks, together with India, in the second quarter of 2024, which is why it continues to break records on a daily basis. And again, Duda, the president of Poland, and Zelensky indicated that we have talked about this many times, and it requires, as I understand it, if we want Poland to shoot down missiles over our territory from several countries, Poland, as I understand it, is hesitant whether or not we'll be left alone with the decision. Sergei Lavrov's comments on nuclear weapons are very important, and I just want to reiterate this before we move on. The doctrine of Russia's use of nuclear weapons is now being clarified, he said. Clarified. So it's not so much anymore just about what do they mean by strategic and existential threats. I think what this means is they're going to shed light on the actual true tonnage and what the exact thresholds are. Now, in reference to the U.S. distancing themselves from the Kursk initiative, recall that the United States said, we have nothing to do with this. Here's what Lavrov had to say. This is an attempt to pretend that the West wants to avoid excessive escalation, but in reality, it is deceitful. We not want to avoid escalation. The West, in Russian, is asking for it, he claims, and he goes on to use far more colorful language here, when he says, and we once again confirm that playing with fire, and they, like little children, are playing with matches. It is a very dangerous thing for adults and nannies who are entrusted with nuclear weapons in one or another Western country. Again, not the type of aggressive rhetoric that we're accustomed to hearing the foreign minister of Russia use. So I think that things are really approaching a critical moment in all of this. Now, I want to address a video that I released a few weeks ago that continues to get trolling comments on a daily basis. Recall, after the assassination in Iran of the Hamas leader by the Israelis, the Pentagon came out with a statement, and they indicated that they thought that Iran was going to attack a retaliatory strike within 72 hours, that there was an exceptionally high likelihood of that being the case. Of course, that never transpired or hasn't transpired yet. As far as we know, it's going to happen very soon because, once again, John Kirby has said that Iran will attack. Now, say what you will about how deceitful Pentagon messaging is, and it is, for some reasons, for national security reasons, as it has to be. Usually when they say something like that, there's definitely something there. Recall that they predicted the Russian invasion. Whether or not you believe Ukraine was the ones who were going to attack first or whatever, and we're going to get into the reasons why the Pentagon makes these statements. But they do predict things. The Crocus terrorist attack. They predicted that about 3 or 4 weeks before it happened. They said that we advised people get out of Moscow because we predicted there's going to be terror attacks. I think they even recently said something about that in Europe. And of course, you had those incidents that have unfolded in Europe, terrorist attacks there. So when the Pentagon says something, there's a reason for it. What is that reason? Could be worlds apart. It could be that indeed they have intelligence that the other side is getting ready to do something, and they're trying to deter the other side from doing it, putting them on notice that, hey, we know and we are ready for you, so don't try anything. Okay, that is the most innocuous position. A more sinister position, nefarious position, would be that they themselves are getting ready to do an attack, and they are going to do it under the pretext. So they're going to frame it as a preemptive strike to preempt the attack, so like proactive defense. So like what the Israelis did. Well, we got intelligence that Hezbollah was going to attack, so we had to hit them really hard, right? So setting it up so that they can justify a preemptive strike. That's one possible reason. That's what I think is the most sinister Machiavellian of reasons why you would want to do it. The other thing would just be, like I said, to either dissuade or perhaps they are just sincerely expecting an attack and they don't know what exactly they are going to do with it. It could be one of those things. But I just wanted to put that out there because when I give you this information, this is all coming from reputable sources, whether it is reputable analysts, military analysts, politicians, and just because something doesn't happen right away, of course you have all these pea-brains out there who think that, these things are supposed to happen within a given predictable timeline. Well, it's never like that. There's a big game of chess going on. And when one side is sending out a public statement like that, it's part of the whole play. It's the signal to the other side, either to deter them or potentially even incriminate them so that we can play the victim. When it does happen, we can say, well, we warned you that they were going to attack us in an unprovoked manner. Sure enough, they did. But it's to cover covert operations and our own pre-crime, preemptive strike type stuff. So there's a reason for it. So again, I stand by my hypothesis that AX is inevitable at this point. We're heading towards it at 1,000 miles per hour. There doesn't seem to be anything that is slowing it down. There's been nothing de-escalatory that has happened in years. Really, since October 7th, there's been nothing that's happened that's de-escalatory. There's been periodic exchanges of prisoners. The ceasefire deal is now not even being talked about anymore. The Israelis, as we speak, are currently doing a massive incursion into the West Bank with thousands of soldiers. So, all around, everybody is getting more and more involved in this very, very quagmire of a military situation unfolding in the Middle East. In particular, this is a video that was released by one of the Iraqi, what was the name of this group? Kataib Sarqa al-Quds, formerly known as the Iran-backed Iraqi al-Qa'at militia, published footage threatening to target Saret Nuclear Research Center in Israel. Now, if you recall, Israel recently claimed that, Hezbollah never hit our military bases, and of course, it now is known, according to CNN, I believe, that CNN or Bloomberg, it was one of those, I can't even remember, but it was a reputable big news agency here in the West. They basically stated that, yes, Israel has put a gag order on people in terms of releasing various video footage of military bases. Well, we have footage of that night of an Israeli military base, geoconfirmed, being hit multiple times, nearly a dozen times, by very small Hezbollah rockets, and the Israelis claim this never happened. So you really have to start asking the question, what else is happening? that they claim has never happened. Why is Netanyahu hiding in a bunker? It must be pretty serious if they're hiding in a bunker. Maybe they're just trying to play it up once again so that they can justify more preemptive, proactive defense. But we know that they tend to
Alex for 72 hours. I just want to quickly talk to you about the essential emergency roadside kit. So this kit is an absolute necessity to help you when your loved ones get out of a tough position, whether or not you need a boot, you need to protect yourself from the elements, or if you need to use that basic roadside assistance. This will have you covered. So let's go over a couple of items that are involved in this kit. If you're in need of a medical emergency, the kit does come equipped with 180 So along with the kit comes a foldable roadside emergency triangle. This can be unfolded and then placed next to your car. It's folded with silent roadside assistance, and that will alert oncoming traffic and mission behind the way safe. So this kit will also come with jumper cables in case you need to get your car boost. So these are 6 wide. We've bunched the numbers quite a bit. So we can expect that they'll continue to do so in the future, and that maybe Hezbollah, Iran, the Houthis have been far more effective in their strikes than we've been led to believe. I mean, there's a lot of warships that have went home with their tails between their legs. Is it because they've actually been hit by the Houthis who target these warships quite frequently? It's possible, but I guess we will never know. We will never know, unfortunately. According to President Biden, he says that he orders all U.S. forces within the region to defend Israel at all costs. This, of course, is after John Kirby said that Iran is going to attack their position and ready to launch an attack on Israel at any moment. Biden has issued a global directive for all U.S. forces to defend Israel in event of war. He's authorized the destruction of Iranian nuclear facilities and weapons storage sites. Now, that last part is a subject of debate. Of course, that is something which is encoded in the resolutions that have been signed within the last year that indicate that, indeed, if Iran is pursuing of nuclear weapons, then the U.S. has justification to come to the aid of Israel. So it's already, in the law, but I think it would still need approval from Joe Biden himself. And if he's saying that that's what they're going to do, then we must take them on their word that that's indeed what they're going to do. What else do we got going on here today? I think that's about it. I got to get going here. I got work to do. I have work to do on the homestead, man. It is a lot of work. A ton of work. But it's going to be worth it when it's all built. Take a look at this. Chinese SKS. $809. I guess it has some kind of honor guard. Whatever that means. $800, and that's a sale. This is in Canada. $899. Now it's even as low as $600. But when I bought my first SKS, which wasn't that long ago, it was only $250, and that was a Russian one. So I don't know if the Chinese are more expensive than the Russian or what, but that is expensive. Nearly $1,000 when you think of taxes and all that for a Chinese SKS. That's unbelievable. That's inflation. And, besides gold, one of the best hedges against inflation is firearms. Although I will say that the Maverick 88 is still under $300, I think. And when I bought mine, it was around the same price. So that one is actually not held up against inflation too well, but most of those firearms, especially the semi-autos, will. I just wanted to show you this. This is the Chinese with 10,000 vehicles building a 17-kilometer canal in 10 days. Okay? 10 days. The coordinator
determination and the discipline exhibited by the Chinese industrial sector is just on another level. You know, I mean, this would take Canada 10 years to do. And there'd be all kinds of bureaucratic red tape and all this bullshit which would prevent it from being done, and a bunch of people trying to F the dog so they could draw the work out. But with a authoritarian regime, pseudo-capitalistic, communistic regime like China, you can do this kind of shit. Now, the reason why I show you this is just think about what they're going to be able to do when they turn on the weapons manufacturing. It doesn't matter if the tanks are cheap. If you can build 100 in the time that it takes us to build one. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so just extrapolate what you're saying here. Other of the military force. And then you start to see why it is complete and utter madness that we're getting ready to go to war on Taiwan's behalf. Right now, Jason Sullivan is going to China for 3 days, and he's going to try to pressure Beijing into reducing its cooperation with the Russians. But I'm pretty sure that the Chinese, they'll probably play along in the sense that they will try to, because again, you know, all of the axis, they all have a vested interest in, they all know that their number is going to be called someday. So the Chinese have vested interest in Russia continuing to fight this war. The Chinese have vested interest in Iran fighting a war, although not one that is going to necessarily compromise their ability to get oil. So if anything, the Chinese want the U.S. to not escalate the Middle East. But I don't think they actually care so much about Russia. And this could be an underhanded thing where maybe they tell Jake Sullivan, hey, we'll stand down and show you. I mean, what are they going to do? Are they going to, nobody has access to China's books. Nobody knows what China is doing on the back end in order to support the Russians. They could be supporting them in a variety of different ways. Obviously, economics. China is not going to reduce its imports of Russian goods and raw materials from the United States, especially when the U.S. is surrounding their borders. What I'm saying is they might play along a little bit just to try to embolden the United States to do something stupid like this, and pushing the Russians to go beyond the threshold to their nuclear doctrine. In fact, I would say that the Chinese perhaps are in a position, if you really look at it, the Chinese probably want Russia to occupy NATO because they know that they can still get oil from Russia and that Russia is dependent on them, but they don't necessarily want to work for the East because, of course, that means that they can't get that oil from Saudi Arabia and Iran. It's about or the Strait of Hormuz gets closed. So you really have to look at this from in those real terms. You know, it's looking at war in real terms. If the Chinese stand to benefit in the Russians, facing their adversaries in the future, when the dust settles and the U.S. empire is dethroned, then there'll be another challenge. So ultimately, they stand to gain more by keeping the U.S. preoccupied in Europe than they do in the Middle East, as that affects their oil supply. And the Russians, of course, stand to gain by having the Middle East. And this is why you don't see a great Chinese presence in the Middle East, because they're not trying to instigate or be a part of anything that might encourage one side to do something. Whereas the Russians are in there right away, giving the Iranians weapon systems that make them feel emboldened to perhaps retaliate, which of course we know is going to be met with a response. So it's a love triangle, if you can call it that. And the Iranians, unfortunately, are, I don't know if they necessarily stand to benefit, I guess they do stand to benefit from the Russians fighting the war on their front and the Chinese fighting, because they're all fighting essentially the same Pax-American agenda. What else we got going on? I talked about the massive oil refinery that now went up in smoke again in Russia. That's crazy. That those things are happening every single day in the French world. Just constant. Coffee get it all the time higher today. The price of coffee, it was, I don't know if this is cut. $1,000, would that be a cut? It was about almost $1,300 back at the low point in 2020. Now, coffee is around $5,500. Isn't that something? So stock up on coffee. Unfortunately, you have to get freeze-dried coffee. You got to get instant coffee if you're a prepper. But I tell you, that is one hell of a barter item. Post SHBF. And oh yeah, just so you guys know, we finally got into new shirts today. The other new shirts for the price. Canadian Preparedness shirts. They got the label on the back. This is not your cheap run-of-the-mill t-shirt, red bubble, crap. These are very warm, very nice material for a long time. Finding local Canadian manufacturers and they're really awesome. We have a bunch of different varieties and beds and sizes, different colors. There's going to be more iconography to be used in the future, and we've got a normal Cigarman t-shirt coming up. Quite frankly, you can buy t-shirts, but if people want t-shirts, you should be buying preps. I would much sooner you go to CanadianPreparedness.com and stock up on preparedness items that you're going to need first before you go down that road to preparedness vanity. But hey, whatever floats your boat, if you want to support the channel, get it close out away. It's a great conversation starter. It's not too in your face. Survival mode. You're not saying much, right? That doesn't mean you gotta talk your ear off about the rules, speaking on it forum, or how much you hate Justin Trudeau, whatever support him that. It just means you have a conversation about what is survival. And maybe you start to make friends. Maybe some guy that you meet up to a lot of food every other day. Yeah, I just got myself, such and such a survival tool, and before you know it, your best friend. Anyways, guys, I gotta get going here. There's a lot of work to do. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe,
Michael's top-rated and best-selling supplies are on sale. Score savings on strung beads, wall stems, and frames. Plus, BOGO deals on select art supplies and so much more.
In the spring of 1905, a storm broke out in the mind of Albert Einstein. At least that is how Einstein himself described it later in life. And the result of that storm of thinking is the special theory of relativity. A theory that completely transforms our understanding of space and time and matter and energy. I mean, Einstein found, completely counter to experience, that clocks in motion tick off time at a slower rate. He found that objects in motion are contracted along their direction of motion. He found that clocks, that one set of individuals say are in sync relative to each other, he found that if someone's moving relative to those clocks, they would say they are not synchronized. And of course, he also found the most famous equation in all of physics, E equals mc squared, establishing this deep, hidden connection between mass and energy. Now, you should say to yourself, if there is such an unexpected nature to reality that we have missed through our everyday experience, why have we missed it? I mean, why aren't we aware of special relativity right in our bones? And the answer to that is, when we look out at the universe, we recognize that there are a huge range of scales that constitute reality. And we humans only have access to a very small